Okay. Hold on, I think I'm live. Yes.
I wonder what's inside
Got
this
to wave 3
package.
microphone.
No. No peeking at my customer's stuff.
Okay, we should be live. Let me do a sound check.
I wonder what's inside
Got
this
to wave
package.
3 microphone. Alright, so I have a lot of news articles to talk about on this stream. I don't know. We probably won't be spending much time playing this game. But I guess I'll just wait for some of the audience to join, and then we'll get started here. I haven't played this game in a while. I'm actually really behind, story-wise. So, I've just been trying to, like, cram through this. But there's a lot of topics. Let's go ahead and, hold on. Let's go ahead and bring it up. Alright. Hold on. Whoops. Hold on, what I want to do, let me go to this thing. So, there's a new ASRock A770. It's a 16 gigabyte model. They never really announced it publicly. They just kind of launched it out into the wild because there's no longer the ability to purchase the Intel reference card anymore since it is discontinued. So if you want a 16 gigabyte Intel card specifically for something like Stable Diffusion, as an example, the ASRock card is a good option. I'm not aware of any 16 gigabyte A770 from Acer. I think Acer might have one. Let me get this out of the way. Okay. Okay, so first article here. Actually, did I update the chat with the info? Okay, this one's actually not in here, but I will mention it because we are going to talk about the 16 gigabyte 4060 Ti, which did launch earlier this week. I think it was either today or yesterday. But there are the reason why I had to think about it was because I don't know if there's any reviews on it. So ASRock has a new Phantom Gaming A770 16 gigabyte card for those that are interested in getting one of these. This is going to be the primary option if you do want a 16 gigabyte card that is equipped with the Intel architecture. This could be interesting for something like machine learning. I haven't actually bothered to do any machine learning applications with an Intel GPU, so I might look into that. If I find anything useful, I will probably make a video about it. But from what I understand, the AMD one works fine on Windows now. So I guess I could do a video about that, but there already are guides online talking about how to get something like Stable Diffusion working on AMD. If you're on Linux, you have to install ROCm, which is basically like a CUDA translation layer for AMD cards. And then if you're on Windows, it's actually very easy now because it leverages Microsoft's DirectML, so you can take advantage of that. You don't need any sort of CUDA hardware or ROCm, because obviously ROCm doesn't work on Windows right now. So let me turn this down. This music is like... Okay. Maybe that's better. Okay. So that's that. That's that one. The other one I wanted to talk about in terms of 16 gigabyte cards. So the 4060 Ti 16 gigabyte is now available. This kind of reminds me of the what is it? The GTX 770 4 gigabyte from years ago. There was a 4 GB variant. The actual one was a 2 GB card at the time, and the 4 GB card really didn't result in a better experience at all because the GPU is limited by the core infrastructure. So these results here from MSI Insider kind of speak for themselves. So you can see there isn't really any uplift. We see like 91.4 on Cyberpunk on the 8 GB card, and then 90.5. So it's like it's margin of error in my mind looking at these results. But yeah, I mean, what's kind of disappointing is looking at Hogwarts Legacy down here at the bottom and then not seeing any sort of improvement at all. So it is core limited in terms of the GPU. So looks like the $500 16 gig is going to be a big waste of money just from these results. So that's why there are no reviews. And they made the video private, which means that they don't like the results, which is kind of weird. But anyway, I guess that's proof that if you are going to get a 4060 Ti, don't bother with a 16 GB because you're wasting money. You're wasting $100. If you want more VRAM, you're probably going to have to go with a different card altogether. And if you are looking for 16 GB at this price point, realistically, your options are Intel or AMD, because you can get a much cheaper graphics card from Intel with the same amount of VRAM. It's not going to perform as well. It'll be a little bit slower, but it will do what you need, provided that any kind of ML workload is supported by the application that's going to use that Intel card. Same thing with AMD. So the AMD, you have a lot more options actually. There's the 6800, the 6800 XT, 6900 XT, 6950 XT. There's a whole bunch of 16 GB cards we've talked about a lot. They are previous generation compared to the 4060 Ti, but you're not really missing out on anything if you're looking for a 16 GB card. And if you're looking for a gaming graphics card, 1440p, you're probably going to need something better than this, although DLSS 3 does help, but it's not going to help in a lot of older games or mainstream games. Mainstream is still going to require, brute force rasterization, and that's just kind of the reality right now. So that's kind of that. What else? There are some big... okay, let's do this other graphics card thing, and then we'll probably start talking about what I really wanted to talk about on the stream, which is basically going to be motherboards and AM5. And maybe a little bit of, like, LGA 1700, but this is mostly going to be a 1718 stream in terms of the LGA socket that we're going to talk about. This leak suggests that the Radeon 7800 XT and the RX 7700 XT is scheduled for September. This is actually pretty predictable. I mean, I've been saying pretty much for most of this year that the reason why we don't have the middle of AMD's RDNA 3 lineup yet is because of the sell-through of the old RDNA 2, just like with NVIDIA having to sell through all their Ampere cards. So AMD is obviously taking longer to sell through the supply chain, and that's because Radeon typically doesn't sell as fast as GeForce. So that's why people who want these graphics cards are going to be waiting a couple more months, but it is getting closer to release. I think Gamescom should show these off, or there should be some kind of announcement at Gamescom, I would assume, and then a launch shortly after. So there's a lot of talk about what these dies will actually be. Looking at these results is quite interesting because this slide looks like it has an error. Obviously, the one mistake on this slide is the price. The 7800 is going to be the more expensive card, so these two price numbers here should be flipped. The 60 CU part should be the $550 card, anywhere from like $500 to $600, and then the 54 CU is supposed to be anywhere from like they claim 350 to 450, and actually that sounds about right, knowing what I know from previous generation hardware. So I guess the bottom line is, if you're waiting around for an RDNA 3 card that's in the middle, like the 7700 or the 7800, in particular the 7700, that one is going to be pretty interesting in terms of where that one stacks up. That's at $550 in that range, from 450, or actually from 500 to 600. This would be like 4070 performance in terms of the price point. Maybe a little bit faster because this is actually priced higher. At least this predicted price is higher than the 4060 or 4070. So interesting, the pricing would be at that high because I don't know, these GPUs are kind of weird. It's gonna take me a little bit to digest what these are because the compute unit count is kind of interesting. The 60, for example, the 60 CU, 60 compute unit card, which they claim is rumored to be the 7800, that is actually the same compute unit count as the previous generation 6800. So this does make sense looking at this. Now, the 70 CU up here at the top of this chart, this is actually supposed to be the Chinese market exclusive RX 7900. Like, it's kind of like the LE limited edition for the Chinese market. But the weird thing about this card is we already know what this is, fundamentally. My mouse isn't showing up, is it? No, there it is. So this part up here is actually the same die found on the W7800. So the Radeon Pro professional card is actually using the 70 compute unit part. So how they're going to market this or resell this in the consumer market, I don't know. I think if they sell it in the Chinese market as an exclusive, as like a 7900 LE, they could do it. I don't know why they would do that or why they would restrict it only to the Chinese market, because they already sell this die to the professional market, aka the W7800. So, in my mind, because it's Navi 31, it does kind of make sense to call it 7900. But AMD already screwed up and named the professional card, which is a Navi 31 die, same die as this one at the top here, as a 7800 card. So I don't know, that kind of screws up the whole lineup. And then they've got this other one down here at the bottom. I don't understand what this is. So 24 gig 70, I don't know what this is. I'm just going to ignore this because this doesn't make any sense. So unless, yeah, I don't know what this is, but the two in the middle here make a lot of sense. I almost want to say that the 54 compute unit that they have labeled as the 7700, I want to say this is actually the 7700 XT, assuming they use that naming convention. Even though it's the cut down die, it's really weird because they've got like 3 Navi 32s, they have 1 Navi 33, and then they've got like 3 Navi 31s. So it's kind of interesting because if we go to paint, we've got what? Navi 31. So you've got the full 96, I believe, CU, or is it 84? I think it's 96. Then they have the 84. Then they have the 70 CU. See, so they've got all these Navi 31 dies, and then they've got underneath that there's the Navi 32 60 CU, supposedly the Navi 32 54 CU, and then the Navi 32 48 CU. So you've got 3 dies for the big one, the 31. Then you've got 3 for the middle one, And then for some reason, they've technically right now, it seems like the 33 one is the fully unlocked. I think it's 32 CUs. Probably have to go back and verify that. So it is... Where is it? $32. So 32 compute unit, which is this one. So I almost kind of want to say that there's like another one. Like a 36 CU. Does that exist? I don't know. Does this one exist? Yes, it's a 7600. So we know this one exists. We don't know if that exists. The one at the top, we know what that is. That is the 7900 XTX. This one is the 7900 XT. And this one is supposed to be this or that. I don't know how they're going to name this one. And then they've got the RX 7800 XT or 7800. So, see what I mean? Like, now it creates a weird... Like, what are they doing with the naming? See? It's kind of a weird segmentation, how these are built out. So I don't know. Okay. So this is kind of the, like, this would be what? The 7600 XT? If this exists? I don't know. But you guys see what I'm saying, right? Like, there could be another Navi 33, like a larger one than what exists today, and there also could be multiple 7800 and 7700. So let's go back to this article now and see what it predicts or what it thinks. So in the article, they think that the 60 CU is the 7700. In my little chart that I made, I would say that's the 7800 XT or the 7800. I'm leaning more toward this 7800 because it's... Well, it's weird. I almost want to say that the 60 CU could be the 7700 XT, but that doesn't make sense based off of the historical naming from the previous generation. So anyway, that's kind of the leaked article, the leaked data. And if these results are to be believed, then this is not actually, like, I don't know how legitimate this is, but this to me is like just as disappointing as Nvidia's results. So yeah, because I really think that the 68 or the 7800 XT should be the Navi 3170 CU. Like, that to me makes more sense. That's closer to the 6950 XT. And I was saying in the beginning that the 7800 XT should be around 6900, 6950 XT performance levels. So that makes sense. I can totally see this being the results though. So the 7800, which is a 60 CU, that would compete with the 4070. The 7700 non-XT, or that, so the 7700, I guess that would be what that is. But then what's the What's the 48 CU supposed to be? See, like, they got Navi 32, 48 CU. What is this? Is that supposed to be the 7600 XT? See, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, that's kind of weird. The naming is all over the place. The only thing that is consistent is 60 CU as 7800. Hey, Matt, 7700 will be 48 CUs with 12 gigs of VRAM. 60. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense because the. So what's weird though is the 70 CU, the one up here at the top. This one already exists. This one is already on the market, but it's a professional card. We talked about it on previous live streams. So that one is actually also known as W7800 Pro. So this we know exists. So this chip, this is the 70 CU part. If we go down here, right there, compute units, 70 compute units, 128 ROPS. But this is a Navi 31. This is the smallest Navi 31. So this one should be this, like you're saying, the 7800 XT would have these specs, and that makes a lot of sense. Which is weird though, because it means, well, it's not really that strange considering the 6800 XT and the 6900 XT were of the same Navi 21 die. So actually, I can get behind that idea. So yeah, that actually makes sense the more I think about it. So yeah, 7800 XT. It'll have the exact same specs as the Radeon Pro W7800 with 16 gigs of memory. That makes sense because when you look here, but see, that means if you look at Tech PowerUp's results, the W7800 is predicted to be roughly equal to the RTX 3090 and the 6950 XT. So a little bit faster than the 6900 XT and the 3080 Ti. That actually makes sense. It should be a little faster than that, but slower than that. Yeah, that's what the leak suggests, because if we go here, that would be right here. So right here on the leak slide, M3170 CU, that would be that 7800 XT. It's like right here. The average is about, what, 112? 112 versus like 122 on the 6950 XT. And really close to, like right between, literally it's right in the middle of the 4070 and the 4070 Ti. It's like halfway between both of them. So it fits right in. So that one, that's probably going to be the popular one because that's a 16 gigabyte card. The one that's interesting is this other one, the 7800. So the 7800 is a 60 CU. So that one actually is the same as like the 6800. Because the 6800 is also, if we go back here, this is the 6800. This one is a 60 compute unit part. So yeah, that actually makes sense. So yeah, I think that's right. So the 60 CU is a 7800. And the 70 CU is the XT. This is going to be strange though, because this creates the same sort of criticism that Nvidia has suffered from for a while, where they segment basically they have a bigger die with like, you know, a 80 class product, and then they have like a smaller die as the 72. You know what I'm saying? Like in this case with AMD, they're gonna have a Navi 31, meaning the big die, as the 7800 XTX, and then they're gonna have the smaller Navi 32 die as the 7800. It may not actually matter that much, considering that at the end of the day, it's a reduction in the shader count primarily because it's the same amount of video memory, and according to this, it's the same power consumption. So it may be a moot point in the end. if they release the 7800 XT with 70 CUs, it could be this gen's 3080 if price is around 550. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one that seems really interesting to me. Like the 70 CU one is the one that I think is going to be the popular one. Now, I don't think a lot of people are going to be able to afford it because it's, you know, 550 is kind of pushing it. $600 is kind of pushing it. So this slide has kind of a price prediction, although there is an error. They accidentally or mistakenly put the higher number on the wrong card. So if they put the 7800 at like 550, then that means the 7800 XT would be like $650. It's roughly going to be $100 more. And that actually, when you think about it, that puts it right in line with what the previous 6800 XT was. So remember, I said in a previous live stream, actually multiple times, that AMD's prices didn't actually change much compared to Nvidia's when you look at their pricing stack. Like, the only one that's the outlier is the 7900 XT. That's the card that's kind of the weird, you know, red-haired stepchild that doesn't really fit because the XTX at 1000 is the same as the 6900 XT's price, entry price, and then you've got like 650 was the 6800 XT, so that means they could do 650 on the 70 CU 6800. So actually, let me illustrate that so it makes it easier, so I'm not like tripping over my own words here. All right, let's bring up Paint again. So this is kind of what I wrote out. I don't know if the Navi 33 is a true card, but anyway, like let's look at this. So this one was what, 999. Then this is the one that was a dumb price. Like that's a stupid price. That should have been like $799. But then this one, I can see this being $649, and then that one would be $549, and then this one would be $449 or whatever, somewhere around there, and then $349, like somewhere around there. I think it's kind of easy. They have enough products here, although the only one that may never exist is that mysterious unicorn 7600 XT. I don't know if they're gonna do that one because they've got what, like this, I think. So they could actually do this in a different way. Like if they wanted to, they could do that and then somehow fit like this thing in at 329 or some. They could do something weird like that. I don't know if they're gonna do that, but I can see them breaking up the bottom of the market prices priced like that. The XT, yeah, the 7600 XT doesn't need to exist. Yeah, because it's going to be another 8GB card like the 4060, so it'll be just as disappointing. Technically, I think it could exist though. You know what I'm saying? Like I think they have enough on the Navi 33 to put like a 36 compute unit die. But I don't know if it'll come out. I don't expect it to come out this year. If it is a thing, it might be a mobile chip. I don't know. It could be a mobile chip, although the 7600 is actually a pretty good mobile chip. So, it's hard to say at this point. So, yeah. But this is the full lineup. Because if we go look at the previous generation, this was the 6900 XT's price. That was like nothing, and then this was the 6800 XT. I'm trying to think if this was actually the price of the 6800. I think it was. This one was actually a little bit different. 6700 XT was actually $479. I don't know what this thing was originally, and then this one was 60. I'd have to look. It's been so long, I forgot what the bottom of the market was priced at. 7700 would put it on par with a 3070 Ti. Yeah, the 48 compute unit. So the ones that we know are like 100% going to launch this year is the 60 CU. This one is definitely going to launch this year. The other one is this one. These two, pretty much, I have seen multiple sources of those two cards in existence. And I know that this card exists. We just talked about it. The professional market already has this card. So we know that this one exists. So these three, I know for a fact, exist and they will come to market. The ones that I do not know what the status will be is this one, the 54 compute die, and then the 36. So this one could end up being like some kind of mobile thing, but I highly doubt it because I really think that AMD, like when you look at laptops, NVIDIA, when it comes to discrete laptop GPUs, NVIDIA is such a dominant force in the mobile space that AMD, like AMD's only thing that they've got is like their quote unquote the AMD Advantage Edition laptops, and those are so rare. Like those are so rare. Like when I say rare, like they can market those as much as they want, but in reality, like if I can't walk into a Best Buy and find one of those AMD Advantage laptops just literally on the store floor, then they don't have enough of those, and that's the reason why NVIDIA continues to dominate the mobile space, like when it comes to gaming laptops, or just discrete laptops in general. Because it's like if you need a workstation laptop, NVIDIA is the only player, like there's no other option. Intel has nothing. AMD literally has not had a professional workstation laptop GPU since I think like the last 7 years. So NVIDIA's like literally a monopoly when it comes to the mobile workstation GPUs. So the whole point of me saying that is there a place for this? Possibly in mobile, but I don't know if they're gonna actually do it because I don't know. I don't know what AMD's like wafer allocation is like. I would assume that they just don't have enough capacity from TSMC. They have to prioritize the things that give them a lot of money, and that's going to be the EPYC CPUs for the servers, and then of course, you know, all the consumer desktop and laptop CPUs, APUs. So like Dragon Range and Rembrandt, all that stuff, that's where most of their allocations go, which is a little bit sad. But so you don't see enough like mobile parts besides NVIDIA parts all the time, but that's just kind of the reality. It's because of the TSMC bottleneck. I'm serious. If TSMC, if that fabrication plant in Arizona was up and running, we probably would see a lot more chips all the way down from like the top of the stack all the way down to the budget like entry level laptop. So at least discrete GPUs. So, but yeah, these three, 70 CU, 60 CU, 48 CU, those I know for a fact are going to come out this year. Well, I don't know if the 70 CU is going to come out to consumer desktop. I think it should. But there's a rumor that this is going to be like a Chinese, some kind of Chinese market exclusive for that 70 CU. I think there was an article about that, but I don't remember. But yeah, something about like China is going to get like a limited edition 7900, like a non-XT, and that's going to be the 70 CU part. If they do that, I think that'll be really dumb, because I don't want there to be 3 7900 SKUs. Like, let's not do that. Let's not do that, okay? Let's leave it at 2 so that it doesn't get overwhelmingly complicated. Alright, so that's going to be that. I talked about this, I don't know if you were here, but if people want a cheap 16GB card, because we're just talking about 16GB cards, Arc A770 Phantom Gaming, that's a pretty good one. And then the other thing is the 4060 Ti 16GB is available for $500 or more, depending on the AIB. Typically it's going to be more than $500. But I don't think it's going to be worth it. If you want a 16 gigabyte graphics card, buy an Intel A770 from ASRock, or buy an AMD card. There's a whole bunch of them to choose from that all have 16 gigabytes, and they all run Stable Diffusion really well. So that's all I can say. It doesn't perform any better. Which one? Oh yeah, the 4060 Ti. Yeah, so the 4060 Ti 16 gig. You guys can see here. So notice that no reviewers like did a review for this card, and for good reason. So it looks like MSI's marketing group, their technical sales. Michael and Peter, they were showcasing their, I think it was the Gaming X Slim as shown up at the top there. They were benchmarking it live, and the results kind of speak for themselves. In fact, the results were so underwhelmingly bad. If you can see here, the worst offender is CSGO. Well, actually, no. The best example, the best case is CSGO. CSGO, the standard 8 gigabyte card did 419, as if that wasn't enough FPS, and then the 16 gigabyte did 445. So that one showed an actual positive gain. The others either showed slight regression, almost borderline margin of error, or they just didn't really change. So Hogwarts Legacy with frame generation, same exact FPS, same kind of average of like 95 to 100. And then the Cyberpunk 2077 results with Ultra with ray tracing maxed out, 91 on the 8 gig versus 90 on the 16 gig. Also, they don't show which resolution they're running. I think it's 1080p. I think they said it was 1080p, but I don't know. The CSGO numbers look like 1080p. And Hogwarts Legacy with frame generation, that could possibly be 1440, but I think it's 1080. 1440 should be tested. Yeah, you're right, because then that's where the RAM makes a difference. The problem is, the thing is, the reason why people keep saying that the 4060 Ti is such a waste is because of that small memory bus. As you go up the resolution, the results don't look good, and you have to rely on things like frame generation for it to be able to keep up at those higher resolutions. So at the higher resolutions, the higher VRAM actually seems like it would matter, but if the game doesn't support frame generation, and if the game is just hard to run in general, it's going to be heavy GPU bound, very heavy rasterization, then it doesn't really matter if you have a 16 gigabyte card, because if you're core limited by the shaders not being able to keep up, then that's it. That's the bottleneck right there. 256 minimum. Yeah, that's kind of what I would say too. That's what I would say. Like in my mind, 192. Technically today you can do 192. 192-bit is okay for 1440p, but it's not future-proof. It's kind of like what we were saying last week, where if you're playing at 4K, you almost have to upgrade every generation just because games that are newer are just that much harder to run at 4K. Same exact scenario for someone who has a 192-bit card and they're trying to game at 1440p. They're almost gonna feel like they need to upgrade every generation if they're staying on like a 192-bit card each generation. So yeah, 256 is definitely a better choice for 1440p, and that's why I really think like the 6950 XT with that Starfield bundle is actually a really good deal right now for someone who has a 1440p monitor. So okay, well I think that's most of the GPU news that I want to talk about. True statement, you do flagship SLI. Oh, well, dual GPU. Man, I haven't done dual GPU as like a daily driver in a long time. I used to do dual GPU. Like I had dual... My first dual setup was I think it was... Hold on. What's the card? Not this. It was two... It was one of these. It was one of these plus its little brother. It was a 7870 as the primary card, and then the card that I had crossfired with it was the 7850. So I basically had the PlayStation 4 crossfired with its big brother, the 78. Because the 7850, for those that don't know, that was the PS4 GPU. I mean, it's the same GPU. So it was a cut down Pitcairn. So like if we go to like let's just do PS4, PlayStation 4 if they have it. Yeah, this one. So if you look here, oh, they don't do it. Oh, that's too bad. I was hoping that Tech Power Up included where the PlayStation 4 stacks up. But basically the PlayStation 4, not the Pro, just the regular PlayStation 4 and the PlayStation 4 Slim, that was about as powerful as an HD 7850. It was the same chip. It was this thing. So I used to run one of these plus the 7870, the larger die. Same family. One is a cut down. This is the cut down. I had those in Crossfire for a long time. Then I got like a 7970. Then I got like a GTX 970. Then I got like a Fury. So I just kept like upgrading after that. So, but yeah, I had like an HD 7870 and a 7850 in a Crossfire dual GPU for a long time. I did run dual GTX 1080 in SLI for a while. I did a video about that recently on the channel looking at multi-GPU in 2023, and it is actually a very sad state that multi-GPU is not really viable anymore. At least it had GDDR5 VRAM on the PS4. Yeah, no, yeah, that's... Yeah, the Xbox One had a different chip. I think it was a larger one than the Pitcairn. I can't remember anymore. I know it had like that weird controversial SRAM shenanigans and all that stuff, and it wasn't using GDDR5. So it was kind of a weaker console, but it, you know, at the end of the day, it'd be hard for someone to tell the difference. But that's what I want to talk about for GPU. So basically, 16 gig 4060 Ti is a huge disappointment. You can't buy the Intel limited edition cards anymore. So if you want a 16 gig, you have to buy it from ASRock. I think Acer still has one. I don't know if it's 16 gigabytes though. So that's it for the GPU news. There's nothing new from AMD. We did talk about the leaks. So there will be a 7700 and a 7800. There will probably be another 7800, which is the XT, but I don't know when that's coming out. So, if this is true, and there's a high chance that most of this is true, it's just a matter of what are these GPUs going to be named as, then this is what we get. The only thing that I would correct this is I would say that the 54 CU should be the 7700 XT, and the 48 CU should be the 7700. That's the only thing that's wrong. I don't know what this weird stuff right down at the bottom is. Let's just ignore that. After 1080 Ti, SLI dual GPU wasn't supported, so you went to the 2080 Ti. Well, the 2080 Ti supported dual GPU. Couldn't really do anything with the dual GPU, but it supported NVLink. That was actually the first GPU to introduce NVLink. 3080 and 4090 need the top cards for 4K, especially now where optimization is poor. Well, you had to do that. You had to play games like Shadow of the Tomb Raider, or games that actually used that explicit multi-GPU, like oh man, what was that one game that everyone treated like a benchmark and not an actual game? Ashes of the Singularity. Ashes of the Singularity is not a game. It's a benchmark that includes a game. So that thing supported explicit multi-GPU configuration which was not SLI. It was like the thing where it treats both GPUs VRAM as a unified pool of memory. But man, the amount of programming to make that not cause problems was probably too much trouble for most people. So that's why it never took off. Quake 2 RTX can you use explicit multi-GPU, or are we talking like standard SLI Crossfire? I might have to test it. Well, I don't know. Like every time I think of an idea of like testing some kind of antiquated technology like dual GPU, I always feel like it's probably not even worth bothering, because having to rip out my GPU just to put in like 2 really old GPUs doesn't really seem like it's worth the effort. 230. Do you have any idea how much electricity that's? two 3090s? Oh man. That is how, especially 3090 Ti's. 3090 Ti's can trip breakers. I'm not kidding. Like, you kind of need to have like 2 different power supplies if you're gonna run like dual 3090 Ti and SLI or NVLink. That's, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. Even though I have one, I'm not gonna bother. It's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna try to source a second one. That's just asking for trouble. Why do you think the 1600 watt PSU exists? The 1600 watt PSU exists for like crypto people, I guess. For NVLink, I guess that's the one use case for it. Yeah. Cypher, the 48 gigabyte of VRAM will be needed for new games. Yeah, if it supports explicit multi-GPU, there's a huge assumption there that explicit multi-GPU will actually do something. Because you really don't need explicit multi-GPU for Quake 2 RTX. Just saying. Like, yeah, I think you're pretty good with like 24 right there. I guess if you want to run... See, the thing that I'm waiting to see... The thing that would make multi-GPU interesting, in my mind, is artificial intelligence workloads. Like, I was looking at trying to figure out how to run... not ChatGPT, but basically a variant of ChatGPT that's open... that you can actually run on-prem. Like, you can actually run off of the cloud. You don't have to use it off on the cloud, provided you have the hardware. And the thing that I found out in my research was that you have to have a 48 gigabyte GPU. Now, supposedly, there are variants out there that can run on a 24 gigabyte graphics card, but it won't run well, and it'll be very, very slow to respond and laggy. So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, 48 gig GPU is what they use for AI. But you can use, like for a lot of things, a 24 gigabyte GPU is good enough for a lot of ML applications. Like I tested Stable Diffusion on Windows with the 7900 XTX, and it works flawlessly, and it's so fast with Microsoft's DirectML. I tested it on Linux with ROCm. Well, now on Linux, it's a little different because I wasn't able to test the 7900 XTX. So on Linux, I tested the 6900 XT with Stable Diffusion using ROCm, and it works just as well as it was working on Windows. So very fast, and that card only had 16 gigabytes of video memory. Only 16 gigabytes of video memory, right? So what I'll remember about this year, 2023 is the year that like VRAM went from being a no issue to being like the #1 issue that tech reviewers complain about when they're reviewing new graphics cards. Not people saying like iRoll, like 12 gigabytes is going to be the minimum, like in 2024. So like 8 gigabytes is not enough. Well, the reality is for 1080p, 8 gigabytes is still largely enough. But for machine learning, it's not enough. And for some of these really new games, like Hogwarts Legacy as a good example, although they've patched the game and its behavior is better, but it is kind of weird the way when it runs out of VRAM, with the way textures, like, they go in and out of focus almost. They become blurry. It's almost like someone is shifting between DLSS 1 and like FSR 2. So it gets blurry and then it becomes less blurry, and it becomes blurry and then it becomes less blurry when you run out of video memory on Hogwarts Legacy. So that's kind of a thing, right? Like with 8 gigabyte cards. So it's almost like it creates a double standard where 8 gigabyte cards don't benchmark the same as cards that don't run out of video memory. I think we talked about that last week. See, I don't know. I don't think Ratchet and Clank will be super CPU bound. I mean, I know Spider-Man was very CPU heavy. I don't see how Ratchet and Clank will be any different, to be honest, in terms of how much CPU they use. I really think that anybody with like a modern Ryzen 5 or a modern Intel i5 will probably be fine. I mean, if you're on some ancient like 4th gen Haswell or some 1st gen Ryzen, then yeah, then it's probably going to have some CPU bottleneck issues. That'll definitely hold back the GPU. But I think it's not going to be an issue for most people, for most systems. I think modern 6-core 12-thread is enough. 10700 and 5700, yeah, I think those are enough. I don't see how a 6-core 12-thread is overwhelmed by Ratchet and Clank, a single-player game. It should be better on the CPU because it's using direct storage. Oh, it's using direct storage? Another direct storage game? You know, that reminds me. There's who tested it? Was it these guys? I guess we don't need this story anymore. Let's see. Crucial T700? Crucial this thing. Yeah, see, whenever somebody mentions direct storage, it gets me thinking about PCIe Gen 5. Every time someone talks about direct storage, I always think to myself, I gotta get me some more of that PCIe Gen 5. You know, like it's all about that PCIe Gen 5. Because that's really like the only... Direct storage is the only technology that can benefit from PCIe Gen 5. Like, I have shown this in a video covering Forspoken earlier this year with the world's first Gen 5 SSD, which was the Inland TD510. So Crucial launched a few months ago, back in May, and you can get these at Micro Center. I saw them at Micro Center like a few weeks ago, but I was like, yeah, no, I'm not going to buy another Gen 5 drive because it's expensive. I'm just going to wait for them to become cheaper. But this one is currently the fastest SSD in the world. Like, bar none, this is the fastest thing. When the TD510 came out, the first Gen 5 drive, the one that I actually have, that one was the fastest drive at the time for sequential read and write. But the random 4K was its weak point. This drive fixes that weak spot. This drive has no weakness. It is the fastest drive. Samsung's 990 Pro, that's trash compared to this drive, okay? Like, the only thing that drive does well is the random 4K, which is good because that's like system responsiveness. But this card's still this SSD drive's still faster than that in everything. So, if you're talking about direct storage, PCIe Gen 5 is the real technology that will make direct storage feel like it's actually beneficial compared to, like, you know, some older, slower SSD. I mean, Gen 4 realistically is probably going to be fine in most cases because direct storage behavior is very similar to the PlayStation 5. Remember that. And the PlayStation 5 uses Gen 4 speeds. But Gen 5 is double the speed, at least theoretical throughput. So this will make a difference. Direct storage with 1.2, which offloads the texture decompression to the Yes, that Cypher, you're right. That was the big problem with Forspoken. Forspoken did the decompression using the CPU instead of the GPU. But the new SSDs, like a Gen 5 SSD, still made it faster. In fact, the weird thing about Forspoken, and this kind of hints at direct storage, leading to having better average frames per second, in particular minimum FPS, if you have a faster SSD. I know that sounds crazy to think about, but this has been well tested on, like, I tested it, a few review outlets in Europe, they tested it, so, I mean, I'm not the only one that got those results, but yeah. Gen 5 results in slightly higher frame rate average versus like Gen 3 and Gen 4 and SATA if your game utilizes direct storage. So it will be super googly with the hold on, do I have that let me make sure I've got the info on that one. Super googly with the super chat. So, time to get Gen 5. I saw LTT's video saying that the actual speed doesn't differ much. I'm looking at the empty Gen 5 slot on the Mega Ace. Yeah. So, for most things, it doesn't make a difference. But for direct storage, it does make a difference. That's the thing. Direct storage is a really new technology. And that's where you're going to see the benefit. Think about it, right? Like, think about where we have gone from Gen 2 to Gen 3 to Gen 4 and now Gen 5. Think about those inflection points. In the beginning, people will say there's no point in getting the newer one because nothing uses it. So think about it like this. Do you remember when PCIe 3.0 came out? Do you guys remember PCIe 3.0? Who here remembers PCIe 3.0? So now I guess I'm going to delete these things to make some space. We don't need the price stuff anymore. You guys remember PCIe 3.0? Whoops. PCIe 3.0 was what year? You guys remember what that is? Hold on, where's my... Okay, I'm just going to draw the timeline. Like I always do. So, 2011, 2012, 2013, etc. Hold on. So PCIe 3.0 was a big deal back then. Not really. It kind of was. Timeline time? Yeah, it's the timeline time. You still use PCIe Gen 3? Well, everybody still uses PCIe Gen 3. So that's the thing. Like PCIe 3.0 is a big deal today because everyone uses it. But this is that's proving my point. So I'm trying to remember when PCIe... So the very first graphics card that supported the PCIe 3.0 was AMD's HD 7970. The 7970, world's first PCIe 3.0 graphics card. So, the world's first chipset. So here's the thing. The HD 7970 was the first PCIe 3.0 graphics card in November 2011. That was when we first got something some piece of hardware. It was a flagship graphics card for like $550 that can do PCIe 3.0. But the thing is, at the time, nothing could use Gen 3. Like, you couldn't plug it into a motherboard that could do PCIe Gen 3. The very first motherboard that supports PCIe 3.0 was Intel's Z77 chipset for their 3rd generation Ivy bridge. So think i7 3770K, i5 3570K. So these were the first parts. This was the first platform, I should say. The first platform. And this platform came out in the spring of 2012. So that was here, and this was like here when this launched. So think about that. You got a graphics card that can do PCIe 3.0, but there was no motherboard to pair it up with to actually benefit from Gen 3. Then you got a motherboard that could do Generation 3, and a lot of people were buying Sandy Bridge CPUs that don't support Gen 3. So they were putting like a 2600K in a Z77, and they were completely missing out on PCIe 3.0 because the CPU, the Sandy Bridge, can't do natively PCIe Gen 3. Does that make sense? So back then, you can imagine at this time, no one really cared that PCIe 3.0 was a thing because, you know what's funny? The fun fact, the HD 7970 from AMD was the first PCIe 3 device, but AMD didn't launch a CPU that could even do PCIe 3 until Ryzen. Ryzen 1st Gen was the first one, like, that was AMD's first PCIe 3.0 platform. Like, you know, that's kind of weird, actually. That's really weird now that I think about it. When you think about that, like, can you imagine a company is first to market with a PCIe 3.0 device, but then they can't actually pair it up with their CPU platform? At least, I mean, they can, but it's like Gen 2 on the CPU on the FX8350 or FX8150, you know, Bulldozer and Pile Driver. You know, that's kind of weird. That's really weird. But anyway, you guys get the point. So the point is, PCIe 3 on a graphics card, nobody cared when it came out. And then you got it on the CPU. Again, no one really cared. But over time, it became the standard. Over time, the M.2 drives. So you guys remember when M.2 drives first came out? They were mostly SATA drives. The first M.2 drives that could do NVMe were PCIe 3.0. In fact, the vast majority of SSDs that you buy today that come in pre-builds and laptops and all that kind of stuff, that's largely PCIe Gen 3. So I really think it's storage. At the end of the day, storage is the key driver of PCIe technology. Let's just say that. Okay? Graphics is second. Storage is the primary driver at the end of the day. Because what really made PCIe 3.0 the standard was not necessarily the graphics cards. It was actually the M.2 drives. It was the introduction of NVMe technology, which is what made PCIe 3 the golden standard. Because we didn't even get PCIe 4. I mean, the same thing happened with PCIe 4. When PCIe 4 came out, that was 2019, and the world's first... I guess I should just, like, delete some of this timeline because this stuff right here is kind of pointless. So we skip over to... Let's do a time skip. Let's go to... Oh, I have the wrong color. But you guys get what I'm saying, right? Like, if we go to 2019, let's skip to 2019. And then we have 2020, 2021, etc., 2022. So the point is, look, this is when it was here in July. In July of 2019, RX 5700 XT, world's first PCIe 4 GPU. That was the world's first. First platform was X570 and B550. This was the world's first PCIe 4 CPU platform. So that was when PCIe 4 came out. But remember, what was the world like in 2019? Did anybody care about PCIe 4? No. But what made PCIe 4 matter? It was not the GPU. It was not the platform. While the platform does actually matter more so than the GPU, I would say, when it comes to adopting these newer technologies, it was NVMe. NVMe 4.0 or NVMe PCIe 4.0 drives for the PlayStation 5. Primarily the PlayStation 5, because the PlayStation 5 required that you install a 5.0 or a 4.0 NVMe. And the PlayStation 5 came out at the end of 2020, and you couldn't even install the drive because they didn't enable the firmware until 2021. So that is to say that it wasn't until 2021, second half, that actually mattered. So again, it's the storage technology that drives the adoption of faster PCIe signaling. I mean, to a certain extent, it can also be networking, like IT, think of Ethernet, because when a switch talks to a server, a lot of the lanes that the server uses for those network interface cards are using PCIe lanes. So, to a lesser extent, I would say network storage arrays and network controllers, network links can also drive higher adoption of these PCIe 4.0, 5.0, etc. So let's see what the chat was saying. But yeah, that's a good point. So direct storage is kind of a key feature that can benefit from Gen 5. PCIe 3 was a big deal. No, not really. So it took NVMe to actually make it take off. Every now and then, a funny music starts to play in the background. Oh yeah, really? Is it like in sync with what I'm talking about? That'd be hilarious if it was. So you can see here, like, this is kind of the key points. Is it's not so much GPUs, it's actually storage that drives it. And think of direct storage. Direct storage is directly related to PCIe NVMe performance. So it's a key technology, a subset of that technology, a very similar style of that technology exists on the PlayStation 5, and that is the reason why the PlayStation 5 requires a Gen 4 drive. And newer technology obviously is going to be able to benefit from higher throughput, and that's why Gen 5 will start to matter over time. So I always say, if you look at the trend, I would say about 2 years, because I think NVMe, so if we look at when this came out, NVMe really started gaining a foothold around like 2014, 2015. That was when NVMe actually started becoming a thing. And you saw like Ryzen adopt NVMe very quickly and then push to Gen 4. And that was kind of a key driver for Gen 4 drives, and obviously the PlayStation 5, but that's not really consumer desktop. And then, of course, in the enterprise world now, we see a lot of high-speed storage arrays that use flash memory as opposed to traditional hard drives. Some kind of sailor music with flute and accordion. Sailor, that's okay. I mean, we can look into that later. But maybe I should turn that down if it's too loud, actually. So those are the key points on that. Was there anything else we wanted to discuss about storage? I guess, like, Super Googly's question or comment about Gen 5, it does kind of matter. I mean, eventually you are going to need to buy another M.2 drive for more storage, so I wouldn't say that a Gen 5 drive is mandatory by any means, but it is a nice to have. But the price needs to come down in my mind. It's a bit cost prohibitive right now. Do you remember SSHDs? Those died fast. Yeah, those were always kind of, they never made sense to me because you could put similar cache, like DRAM cache, on the hard drive, so you didn't really need the flash component of that. So the flash component on those never really made sense. Because if you look at the modern hard drives today, they typically have like a 512 megabyte DRAM on there as kind of like a caching storage. So, and that does actually help hard drives keep up. Like, they're still not anywhere close to being as fast as like even a basic SATA SSD. But it's less like laggy, I guess. I don't know. Hard drive technology is on a slow death roll, but the thing is, it's still needed in data center. So hard drive technology is going to be around for us next several years. It's not going away. Okay, so that's the discussion on that. So yeah, these are cool. The Crucial T700 are currently the fastest drives on the planet. There'll probably be better ones that come out at the end of the year, if I had to guess. And by the holiday season, the price on these hopefully will be cheaper so that they'll be more affordable. Because right now, I think you're paying like, $1.50 per gig on these. Maybe a little bit less than that now. But they are kind of pricey, so that's why it's not really worth it. Unless you really... Yeah, here are the prices. So the nice thing is if you have a high-end motherboard like the Ace, for example, that has a massive heatsink of its own that's meant for Gen 5, you can save some money by buying the drive that does not have the heatsink. So that's really nice. So that's a little bit of a cost savings there. Like, what, $30 for the... That's like $30 cheaper for the 4 terabyte. Yeah, $30 cheaper across the board. So that there apparently Crucial thinks that the aluminum heatsink is worth $30. So, okay. But this is fast though. This is definitely faster than the one that I have. 12,400 megabytes per second, and almost 12,000 megabytes for write. You wonder how it would run without the heatsink? Well, it literally says you're not supposed to run it without the heatsink. so it would probably heat up and then just thermal throttle and just perform really bad. If I had to guess, it would just become like a slow Gen 3 SSD or something, because the power consumption on it's pretty high. That's the reason why. So it'll thermal throttle. That's all that will happen. So obviously it's like, why would you waste money on a PCIe 5 SSD if it's gonna run like just as bad as like a Gen 3? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah. What's the 4K random speed? Meaningful upgrade over my I don't remember. All I know is that I remember reading like 2 different reviews. One was, I think, Tom's Hardware, and both of them said that it was the fastest drive. I don't think these guys reviewed it. It's still using the Phison E26. All of these are using the exact same Phison E26. Every PCIe 5 SSD today is using the Phison E26. So the one that I have is E26. This one's E26. I think Corsair has one that's E26. Now, eventually, there are going to be some other ones from, I think, Silicon Motion has one that's coming out later this year. And I forgot who the other company was that was making one of these controllers for the Gen 5. But yeah, anyway, that's pretty much the extent of it. 5-year warranty, that's actually pretty good. Because most SSDs that are like TLC flash or QLC, I think this is TLC. Yeah, this is TLC flash. So it's kind of the middle of the line. Like, you've got SLC, MLC, TLC, and then QLC. For those that don't know, these acronyms, essentially what it means is how long the drive will live, its lifespan. So SLC has the longest lifespan, but that's very, very expensive. And if you want like more than 512 gigabytes, you're gonna need to spend a lot of money. If you want an SLC drive, I don't even know if they make any of those in the consumer market anymore, but that's the most durable one. Then there is MLC. So SLC stands for single level or single layer flash or single layer cache. And then you've got MLC, multi-layer. So that's like 2. And so that one's not as good, but it's still like really, really good. I think they still make some MLC drives. And then there's TLC, which is this one, which is typically the happy middle of the ground. Like this one, typically the total bytes written are like what? This one says 2,400 terabits written. So that's a very high endurance. So I wouldn't worry about it. For those that are worrying about it dying, single layer cell. Yes, thank you. Cell. That's what the C was. Single layer cell, multi-layer cell, triple layer cell is TLC, and then QLC is the quad layer cell. So QLC is the least endurance one, but it's still really good. Like realistically, for the average consumer, the average home user, a QLC is going to be totally fine. Like, I wouldn't worry about it dying in like 5 years or whatever. So it all comes down to like cost. So like the more endurance an SSD has, the more it's going to cost typically, as along with like how much the capacity. So that's basically SSDs. I didn't expect to talk about SSD, but that's interesting. Somebody brought that up. All right, so that's storage, but here's volatile storage. This is going to be RAM. So now we're talking about RAM. This is actually a very interesting article that came out. So I have read multiple articles that came out throughout this week from different news outlets, but the one I have here is the one from Tech Power. But I mean, like, there's a bunch of these stories. So apparently there is a new, it's not out yet, but there is a new AGESA BIOS code, the new firmware for the AM5 socket, for the AM5 motherboard. So think of like X670, X5 or X670E, B650 and B650E. Those chipsets are all getting like a massive overhaul in terms of the BIOS. And supposedly it unlocks DDR5 8000 mega transfers, which is really, really interesting. It almost sounds too good to be true, but it's actually real. So it's like, here are some results, and I can't wait to test this out. I mean, not that I have like 8,000 megahertz RAM or anything, but I just want to be able to test like 4 sticks of memory. I want to try to test 128 gigabytes again and see if I can run those at higher speeds on all 4 DIMMs. Because right now, with the current BIOS, I can only really do like 4,800 at 128 gigs. So maxed out on the motherboard, I'm only able to push like 4,800 and be 100% stable. I can do 5,200, but 5,200, I have found Forspoken will crash. Forspoken will crash if I'm running my RAM at 5,200 megahertz. Most other games will be totally fine. But like I said, when we were testing memory, we were talking about overclocking earlier this year when Forspoken was new, and I was saying how Forspoken is like the perfect game that can be used just like Memtest 86. It's crazy. Like, you run Forspoken, You can like pass three levels of like mem test, and you think you're stable. Technically, you should do more than that, but you can pass like 2 or 3 cycles in Memtest 86. Then you go load up Forspoken. You start playing Forspoken, and within 5 minutes, it tells you you've got a memory problem. So that is an awesome game at testing for memory stability. So very interesting story. So Magnus is saying XMP on AMD motherboard. I thought XMP. No, you can totally use XMP on AMD. I mean, guys, like, the reality is XMP has been a thing that has worked on AMD since, like, more than a decade. Like, XMP worked since the days of Bulldozer. I mean, I know. In fact, the memory that I am actually running right now is XMP memory. And it works fine at 64 gigabytes. So these guys tested DDR5 8000, and they've got the weird non-binary memory, the 48 gig DIMM or the 24 gig DIMM. You can test the 48 ones as well, and they're able to run that at 8000. And then there was another article showing Asus. This was another one talking about ASRock. So this could be a nice boost, depending on like density, I think, because I really want to know what happens when you try to run like 4 DIMMs with this new BIOS. Because right now, the best experience on Ryzen, if you want to run like 6400 megahertz or 6000 or above, you kind of are stuck at either like 2 sticks of 16 each, so 32 gig DIMMs or 32 gigs of memory, or you can do 2 sticks of 32, which is what I do, for a total of 64 gigabytes of memory. And with that configuration, you can do 6400. I myself have shown 6400 working. Now, I don't have very good high-end memory, so I have to overclock my memory way outside of its default XMP profile to get it to run at 6400, but it can run at 6400, and it works totally fine. There's another member of the channel who usually does a lot of overclocking, and he's in the Discord sometimes, but even he was telling me that he can do like 6400, 100% all the time on 2 DIMMs. But the thing is, like, as soon as you go to 4 sticks of memory, and this applies to the Intel platform as well, as soon as you go to 4 sticks, and you try to run like 128 gigs of RAM, like, that doesn't allow you to clock nearly as high on the memory as if you were only running 2 sticks. So it'll be interesting to see with this new BIOS. What I'm most interested in is how does this new BIOS handle 128 gigabytes of memory, or even 192 gigabytes of memory, or even just like 96 gigabytes of memory. I would assume 96 is totally fine. I was thinking of getting 96 gigabytes of memory, but I was like, I don't know. I'm probably going to test 128 again, just to see on this new BIOS. So supposedly this BIOS is supposed to come out by the end of the month. At least that's what Gigabyte was saying. So I don't know. I think there was some other articles. I don't know if Video Cards has one. Yeah, Video Cards Z has one. Video Cards, I don't know how to say that. Video Cards, it says that you can do 8000 on, there's an X3D doing 8000 with the Zen timings, and then you've got the 59 or the 7950X doing 8200. Yeah, that's 8200 or 8000. Okay, this is the Aorus Master. So it's pretty interesting seeing this, right? Because you're seeing like a bunch of different CPUs. So in this case, there's the ASRock Live Mixer B650. Now, for those that aren't familiar with the Live Mixer is the transformable motherboard. This is the one that can literally transform into an X670 motherboard with an add-on. You add a daughter board and it becomes an X670 motherboard. So that's the Live Mixer from ASRock. So they tested that kind of fancy motherboard with a 7900X, and it ran 8000. That was on the new Agisa code. And then you've got the ROG Gene. Now this one This one can probably go higher than 8,000. If any motherboard can go higher than 8,000, it's probably going to be the Gene. Any motherboard that only has 2 DIMMs total is an overclocking motherboard when it comes to overclocking memory. So this one is probably a really good one. So this one's got the 7800X3D running at 8,000. Then we have, what else we got here? Who's this? Actually, we'll just go this way. So we have the Ace. So the Meg Ace is doing 8,000 mega transfers on a 7950X. Hey, Sidri. And all of these are XMP profiles. It's like every single one of these are all XMP profiles that they're running at these speeds on the AM5 motherboards. So then we've got the Aorus Master. So if I'm going to be testing this myself, it's going to be with the Aorus Master because that's what I have. And again, you know, an XMP profile, 8,000. And it's working. And then you got the Tai Chi from ASRock. I think this was the first one that was reported to be running. This one was doing 7,200. This was the first one. This is the very first article that I remember seeing, or the first instance of this, was someone was testing, I think it was ASRock themselves. ASRock was testing the G-Skill Trident Z5 Neo. This is actually incorrect. This is not Z5 Neo. This is Z5 RGB. Z5 Neo, for those that don't know, Z5 Neo is Expo memory. It is Expo only. Z5 RGB is the XMP memory. So this is a mistype. You can actually see it down here. It actually says XMP. So this is actually G-Skill Trident Z5, not Z5 Neo. But anyway, that's kind of a minor thing. And then 7200 on a 7950X3D. Eric just subscribed. Thanks for the sub. These incredible speeds are just for breaking records, or there's actual use for it? That's a really interesting question. There is a performance advantage, but I don't know if it's worth spending money on like expensive DDR5 just to do this. I really think there's kind of a cutoff. This goes back to RAM like in previous generations, not just AM5 and DDR5. But if you look at DDR4 and even DDR3, DDR3 typically kind of flatlined around 2133 to 2400. Anything beyond 2400 on DDR3 was kind of pointless and didn't really result in any sort of performance benefit. Now with DDR4, it kind of capped off around 3600. You could go up to like 4400, but anything around like anything above 4400 on DDR4 was a waste of money, to put it nicely. It was just kind of pointless. It doesn't really get you anything. So having said that, that means that DDR5 will also have a cutoff point where at a certain frequency, you don't really get much benefit. There's diminishing, you hit the realm of diminishing returns, and then it's like you just wasted a bunch of money buying like 8,000 megatransfers RAM because it doesn't perform any better from like, say, 6600 or 7200. See what I'm saying? So, I guess it's nice to overclock like a lower binned kit. Like, for example, take like a 6400 megahertz like SK Hynix memory kit and then overclock that to like 72 or 8,000 and see if you can get that running stable. It does introduce some kind of trial and error, because if you have memory that's not rated for 8,000 and you're overclocking it to 8,000 and it's unstable, you don't really know if it's the memory that's the problem, or if it's the CPU's IMC that's the problem, or if it's the motherboard that's the problem. It could be any one of those three things when you're overclocking memory. So it's actually harder to test for stability for memory overclocks than it is for like a CPU overclock. There's not as many tools out there either, aside from like Memtest86 or maybe Forspoken, if someone even has that game. But like there are some games that are very memory intensive, like I guess RTS games might be a good test. Will DDR5 flatline with 8000? I think it flatlines before 8000. In terms of like performance, as you go up, I really think once you start going above 6400, it starts to hit the realm of diminishing returns. Based off of what I have seen, now I can't like prove this because I don't have 8000 megahertz RAM that I can test. But what I have seen, and I'll probably get some newer RAM sometime next year, or maybe at the end of the year, who knows, some faster memory or whatever. But what I have seen is that around 6400 to 6600, anything beyond that, you're only seeing like very minimal, possibly like 1%, 2% increase, at best maybe 3% increase. And in some cases you're seeing performance regression, slight regressions, because when you run the RAM at 8000, you have to run the subtimings far more loose than if you were running at like 6400, for example, or 6600, or even 7200. So your primary timings can oftentimes stay the same, but your subtimings have to be opened up. They have to be looser in order to keep that frequency, keep that mega transfer per second at a stable amount. So what about Zen 5? I think Zen 5 is going to have a much better memory controller. Because the thing is, Zen 2 had a way better memory controller than Zen 1. And Zen 3 had an even better memory controller than Zen 2. So naturally, Zen 5 will have a better memory controller than Zen 4. Zen 4's memory controller is actually kind of worse than Zen 3's memory controller, because it's the first generation of DDR5. So yeah, it's totally going to be better. There's no doubt in my mind that it's going to be better, because you look at Zen 3 and you look at Zen 1, and you try to do like 3200 on Zen 3. 3200 DDR4 on Zen 3 is pretty much a given, but 3200 on Zen 1 is not guaranteed. See? So same thing with this. With this, it's almost like 6400 on Zen 5 is going to pretty much be guaranteed. But 6400 today on Zen 4 is not guaranteed. See, so it takes a lot of work, a lot of tweaking and tuning to get it to be stable at 6400 and actually be reliably stable. Not like, oh, I can boot into Windows, I can take screenshots. No, go try to play Forspoken at 6400 on Zen 4, and then if it can pass for like, I would say an hour, it's probably good. Square could reboot Forspoken and sell it as a memtest software instead. It would probably have more success. Yeah, I mean, I used Forspoken. I literally used Forspoken to memory test when I was running 128 gigabytes of memory. That's how I knew I couldn't do 5600 stable. So, like, let me see, if I write out my results. If I remember my results, when I was testing Forspoken, I was doing 128 gigabytes at 5600 megahertz. Failed. I did 128 gigabytes at 5200, and it failed. This is the thing. So I was running this for a long time. I was running this for like a couple of days. But then I fired up Forspoken, and within 5 minutes, it was telling me, like, game files, like, it's some kind of error message. It wasn't like a DirectX error. It was like some kind of fatal error, failed to read something from the file. And I was like, okay, that is definitely a memory stability thing. And Forspoken was telling me that, because, you know, I could run like Genshin Impact, any other random game. Like, I could benchmark like Shadow of the Tomb Raider, you name it, and it would work. But the minute I go into Forspoken, Forspoken's like, nope, I don't like it. Your memory's not good. So I had to drop it all the way down to 4800. I had to do 128 at 4800 JDEC. And then Forspoken's like, okay, you're good. So that's how I knew, okay, I have to run it at 4800 on the current Agisa software if I want to run 128 gigabytes of memory. So at that point in time, the 7950X3D launched, so I took half of the memory and gave it to that PC. And so now I'm currently only running 64 gigabytes at 5600 megahertz, and Forspoken says that passes. And all of this was done on a 1-to-1 ratio. This is all Gear 1. So direct storage might be a good... Yes, Magnus. Direct storage is a very, very good memory test application. So if I had 7000 series CPU and a B650E motherboard, could I run higher speeds of DDR5 with the same board but newer CPU? Or what's the bottleneck? Okay, so the bottleneck today is two things. So currently, the Agisa firmware, which is it's like a closed black box. So meaning the motherboard manufacturers like MSI, Gigabyte, etc., they don't have access to the source code. They don't know like the ins and outs of what the Agisa code can and cannot do. They essentially have, I don't want to say APIs because this is very kind of like machine language sort of stuff. It's kind of very low level. But they have kind of like hooks that can like interface with the Agisa code. And that's basically how they build their BIOS that the user has access to. So the UEFI talks to the Agisa and basically like can control the Agisa's feature set based off of how the motherboard manufacturer designed it. So that is very different from like an Intel motherboard, because Intel implementation is completely different. They don't have like a closed box thing. A lot of it is more like, I don't want to say publicly available, but it's more openly available to the motherboard manufacturers. Whereas AMD's is more of like a closed box, which is really strange because when you think about it, it's like when it comes to the GPUs, NVIDIA is the closed box, like hidden, I don't know what it does, but it works sort of thing. And AMD's drivers for the GPU, the Radeon stuff, is more like open, like I kind of know what's going on. Whereas with the motherboard CPU stuff, it's like Intel's kind of like Radeon, and Ryzen is kind of like GeForce, if that makes sense. That's kind of like a weird analogy. But that's the reality of how it is. So that's the reason why the Agisa firmware has a massive effect on how well your memory can clock, like how high it can go. So the Agisa firmware is, so well, I guess what I'll write here is the memory speed dependency. Memory speed dependency. Number one. Oh, wait, you know what? I wrote this all wrong. So anyway, number one is the Agisa firmware. Number two is the actual CPU's integrated memory controller. This is often known as the U clock in terms of the actual parameter, the U clock. So the CPU's IMC is a very, very important factor, actually. Probably Agisa is probably number one because that allows you to do certain speeds. But the CPU's IMC is the quality of the CPU's IMC is ultimately going to determine the difference between can you do like 6600 versus 7200 or whatever. So this is the silicon lottery. This is the silicon lottery aspect. Okay. So first there's the firmware, then there's the silicon lottery. Did I spell that wrong? Is that two L's? Man, it looks weird. The font in Paint looks really weird to me. Anyway, 3, it just doesn't look standard. Anyway, CPUs, IMC, and then the third one would be the actual memory. The actual memory quality, the DIMMs themselves, would be like the third aspect. The third dependency. Then the fourth dependency would be the motherboard's BIOS. Like, can the UEFI actually allow you to do these things? So, I want to distinguish the difference between the motherboard's UEFI and the AGESA firmware. Respect on using paint as a whiteboard. Well, I mean, it's the most practical thing that I can think of. So, alright, I'm probably gonna, like, cross this off, because this is gonna confuse people that start watching now. They're gonna be like, what is this talking about? But anyway, this is kind of the major takeaway if you're wanting to run high-speed memory. Either you're talking about, like, high-speed XMP profiles or Expo profiles, or just, like, manually tuning, manually overclocking the memory outside of its own JEDEC specifications, or even beyond what its Expo or XMP profile's telling it to do. So I would say number one, obviously the AGESA firmware is probably the highest priority, or the highest determining factor, because clearly from these articles, you know, apparently the 1007, so AGESA version 1007 patch B. This is the magical, firmware that enables all this 8,000 megahertz RAM speeds on Zen 4. That's the magical one. So if you don't have AGESA 1007B, you can't run these super high speed memory speeds, because it's just, that's it. Like, that's priority number one, is the AGESA firmware. So the second one would be the CPU's IMC, because it's Silicon Lottery. He probably has more hours on Paint than all of the games combined. Are the AGESA firmware and motherboard UEFI hand in hand, like with the recent update? Yeah, so usually, so two things. Usually when a motherboard manufacturer provides a BIOS update or a UEFI update, it may or may not have a newer version of the AGESA firmware. Sometimes, because you have to keep in mind that oftentimes motherboards might have bugs. They might have like a bug with the motherboard that has nothing to do with the AGESA firmware. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. Some motherboards might have Bluetooth. They might have Bluetooth, but if there's a bug with the Bluetooth radio where the power keeps like dropping, so your controller, your Bluetooth controller, like keeps dropping and your inputs are lagging or whatever, like that's not a problem with AGESA firmware. That has nothing to do with AGESA's firmware. That has to deal with the BIOS, the firmware for the actual Bluetooth controller on the motherboard. That would be number 4. That would be a motherboard BIOS update that would fix an issue with like Bluetooth or Wi-Fi or the Ethernet controller or something, you know, something that has nothing to do with overclocking memory. So that's why it's the lowest priority, because the only thing that matters on number 4 here is, did the motherboard manufacturer provide the interface, meaning the settings in the BIOS, so that you can modify things like subtimings, proct ODT, the command rate, the gear 1 versus gear 2, etc. All of those things. That will be number 4. And then obviously the memory DIMM is number 3, because if you don't have, for example, memory that starts at like 6400 as its rated speed, if you, like, for example, if somebody goes and buys like really cheap, crucial 4800 JEDEC, no heat spreader, basically naked RAM that has like nothing on it, and it's only rated for 4800 megatransfers. If someone goes and buys that RAM and they try to overclock to 8000, they are going to fail. It will not work. It will 100% fail and not work because it's Crucial brand, which means it's Micron memory, which means it's not SK Hynix and it's not Samsung. It's not going to be able to clock beyond like 5200. So just saying. So the memory DIMM at number 3 matters a lot. And then, of course, finally, you have to be able to have the settings, and that's number 4. So that's kind of how I rank them in terms of the key dependencies. From the most important being the Agisa version to the least important being the actual motherboard's BIOS, having the toggles. I mean, that's kind of important, but I think most motherboard brands all have the same settings. I haven't really found any significant difference between ASRock, MSI, Gigabyte, Asus. Like, they all seem to have the exact same settings. They might be hidden away in different locations and subfolders within the menu, but at the end of the day, they're all there. And that's really what matters. So that's going to be it for the memory. But that is a big deal, though, when you think about that. Because the nice thing about that, if we go back to the article, is I can see, like, for example, the X3D CPUs, they don't seem like they'll benefit as much from this as like the non-X3D, but at the end of the day, the X3D CPUs can still benefit from the higher speed, because like if you're in a scenario where the V-cache runs out, it's full, and you have to go to system memory, the system memory at a higher speed is still going to give you more bandwidth. So it's still a win-win scenario. You're just wondering if you could have Zen 4 CPU, B650E motherboard, and later get some better speeds. That's what this article's claiming. That's the whole point. Like, this article is saying that as of Agisa 1007, patch B, specifically patch B, because patch A, I can already tell you, patch A doesn't change anything from what I can tell. It has to be patch B. So Agisa 1007B, which should be available by the end of this month, hopefully, or early next month. This allows the memory to run way, way faster. And supposedly it trains faster too. Because that's another thing too, like Ryzen, like Zen 4, probably the biggest thing about Zen 4 is the amount of time it takes to train memory if you're running outside of JDEC. If you're running within JDEC, it's pretty comparable to like Zen 3, but it takes a lot longer the first time if you're trying to train at, like, for example, 6000 or above. And the more RAM you have, the longer it takes to train. So if it works like AM4, yes, B350 allows faster memory with the Zen 3. Yes, yep. So yeah, the CPU matters more than the motherboard at the end of the day. Yeah, so remember this hierarchy. CPU matters more than motherboard. Think of this number 4 as like the actual motherboard that you choose. The motherboard matters, but it doesn't matter as much as the CPU. So if we use what Magnus was saying, for example, Zen 3 versus Zen 1 on the exact same motherboard, Zen 3 clocks higher on DDR4 than Zen 1 could hope to ever do. So again, that's changing number 2. That's affecting number 2. If we take a Zen 1 CPU and we run it on an X570 flagship, which was meant for like Zen 2, or an X570S, which was meant for Zen 3, you're changing the motherboard, but you're still limited by Zen 1's integrated memory controller. So Zen 1 is going to limit you more on that newer motherboard than running like Zen 3 on an older motherboard. Meaning Zen 3 on an older motherboard will do better and run faster DDR4 than Zen 1 on a newer AM4 motherboard. That's a key point. That's a very key point, because what that means is that if somebody gets a Zen 4 CPU this year, or they already have one, and they get like an X670 motherboard, when Zen 5 comes out, or Zen 6 comes out, or Zen 5 Plus, or whatever, and they upgrade to that, they can keep the exact same motherboard, and they'll get better memory speeds, because the newer IMC on that CPU will be better. 4 DIMMs of 6,000 for aesthetics. Would that be possible in the future, depending on the 4 things? Yes, that would be possible. I mean, I can already run... Now, I can't run it at 6,000, but I can run 4 DIMMs. Like I was just saying here in my example earlier, I can do 4 DIMMs. In fact, I can do 4 DIMMs 64 gig total, and it works totally fine. But I can't do like dual rank. I can't do dual rank, so I can't do like 32 gig DIMMs times 4 and at like speeds above JDEC, if that makes sense. Now with Zen 5, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to do that. But with Zen 4, think of Zen 4 as basically Zen 1 all over again. Because it certainly feels like that for the people that bought it on launch day, myself included. So Zen 1, upgraded to Zen 2, upgraded to Zen 3. So now here we are again. The cycle begins again because of the new socket. So Zen 4, then Zen 5, then Zen 6. So again, same deal. So you've got the same, like, kind of lackluster, like, first generation memory controller. Because remember, Zen 1 was the first DDR4 generation for AMD. Prior to Zen 1, AMD was on DDR3. Remember that. They were on DDR3 before they went to Zen 1. Zen 1 was the first DDR4. Then they had second generation Zen. That was the 3000 series. That was way better at running higher DDR4 speeds, like 3200, for example. And then Zen 3 made it pretty easy for pretty much everyone to run like 3600 on a 1-to-1 ratio. So if you look at like where we're at today, we're currently at Zen 4, which is first generation DDR5. So again, it's going to be the same as Zen 1, you know, like early adopter, whatever, in terms of DDR5 memory controller. So the middle one, Zen 5, will be just like Zen 2. So 6000 will work, high density, 6000 will work. I'm pretty sure 6400 will work too. I'm curious to know like how the new, like the 48 gig DIMMs will work. But apparently that Asus, there was like in one of those articles about the high-speed memory, Asus was showing off, I forgot what the speed was. I think it might have been 7200 or something. But Asus was doing like 192 gigs of memory at like some ridiculously high speed. I don't know if that was 100% stable, but they showed a screenshot of it. Okay, unless you get a godlike Silicon Lottery CPU and motherboard, you could tune to 6000 with 4 DIMMs. Yeah, possibly. But see, the thing is, we gotta wait and see like what this new BIOS can actually do. Supposedly the new BIOS adds a new mode of operation, which will significantly improve the capability. Now, I don't know what that means for 4 DIMMs. All I know is that 2 DIMMs looks very promising. So 2 DIMMs can do like 8,000. So 4 DIMMs might be, you know, like 6,400, 6,000 or something. Hopefully. Like, it would be really nice if that's the case. I mean, I would take that. If I could do like 128 gigs at 6,000, that would be really, really nice on Zen 4. But otherwise, you know, Zen 5 should fix all of that. Yeah, because I kind of want to go back to 128 gigabytes of memory. But right now, so like, see, I've got my memory split across 2 PCs. But I have extra memory too. So it's like I could move one PC to 128, and then I can do like 64 on the other one. A lot of people really want to run 128 gigs. Yeah, for like AI stuff, it is actually very useful to load the entire data set and things like that into memory. Yeah. But that could be a game changer. The other thing, too, that's going to change is USB4 support on the next generation motherboards. So the thing is, this is an interesting story, and it's something that I think a lot of the details are not included in this story. I guess I can give a little bit of background. I did a lot of research into this USB4 and what's the story on USB4 for the AMD platforms, particularly AM5. So the thing is, there was an issue with ASMedia. There was a delay in the development process for USB4 on ASMedia's controller. So this is something that had nothing to do with AMD. This was all ASMedia having to delay their implementation of USB4. And supposedly they're trying, like ASMedia, if I understand the story correctly, ASMedia was blaming Intel because Intel didn't want to provide all the information. And I understand why Intel wouldn't want to do that or be kind of very slow to respond. Because Intel wants to sell their Thunderbolt controllers, which is basically what ended up happening. So those that don't know what this is about, basically, the AMD motherboards that came out last year for Zen 4. So think of like the Aorus Master, basically all the X670 and B650 motherboards that came out last year or at launch, including the ones that are on the market today. Originally, all these motherboards were supposed to include USB 4 capability native. What that means is that they would have had a USB 4 port on the back of the motherboard, or they would have had one on the back, and then they would have had like a controller that allows you to connect one via some kind of expansion card that ASMedia was supposed to sell, or maybe the motherboard manufacturer would pre-install one of those by soldering the chipset onto the actual motherboard. So, but what ended up happening was it was delayed. It was delayed in the same way that Gandalf was delayed when he went to go meet Saruman and basically got, thrown up on top of the tower and couldn't leave until he found that little butterfly thing. So basically, that's what happened to ASMedia. ASMedia was kind of stuck on top of Saruman's tower for like a year or something. That's the way I understand some of the details. So what that means is Gigabyte, Asus, MSI, and ASRock were all stuck scrambling, trying to figure out, what do we do? How do we get USB 4 on our motherboards? Because ASMedia is not ready. What do we do? Well, you know what they do? They go to Intel. They go to Intel because you know what? Intel sells, you guessed it, USB 4 controllers, aka Thunderbolt 3 controllers, Thunderbolt 4 controllers for $10 a pop. So Intel's like, yeah, you know what? Okay, I got them. Here you go. I'll sell you the little controller. There you go. $10. Thank you very much. So they would buy a bunch of Intel USB 4, actually Thunderbolt 3, Thunderbolt 4, whatever. It's the same thing mostly, except for security settings on USB 4 or Thunderbolt 4. So that's how you got USB 4 on several of these AM5 motherboards. So yeah, to answer your question, Taichi has USB 4. The implementation is based off of Intel. So that means if you have an AMD motherboard that features USB 4, it is using an Intel chipset to pull off that USB 4 capability. This is the case for every single AMD motherboard. I mean, this is also all the Intel motherboards too that have the same feature. But all the AMD motherboards that feature USB 4 today are using Intel's JHL8540 Thunderbolt 4 controller. Most likely it's that one. Some of them could be the older Thunderbolt 3 one, but I'm pretty sure all of them are the Thunderbolt 4 implementation. Now, if it doesn't have the USB 4 port on the back, oftentimes it will include a USB 4/Thunderbolt 4 header on the actual motherboard so you can add Thunderbolt via a PCIe card. I have a video on my channel showing how to do this because I added Thunderbolt 4 to my Gigabyte Aorus Master X670E. Like back around launch. It was like October last year. So, yeah. So, a lot of people are kind of confused with this article because they're like, I thought USB 4 was already on AM5. And what this article really needs to be rewritten. The title is very misleading. It should say as media USB 4, not support USB 4. It should say next gen AM5 motherboard platforms could support as media USB 4 because the current USB 4 is all Intel based USB 4, which is not a bad thing. But the thing is, the new USB 4 is kind of weird because it has two different specifications. USB 4 can mean two different things depending on what you're talking about. Because USB 4 can either be 40 gigabit, which is the current implementation from Intel, or it could also be 80 gigabit USB 4. Now, I know that sounds really weird, but yes, there can be an 80 gigabit USB 4, and there's a 40 gigabit USB 4. This is a huge thing that can kind of confuse a lot of end users. So, if it's truly going to be next generation USB 4, it should be more like 80 gigabit USB 4, but it's probably going to be 40 gigabit USB 4 if I had to guess, just because there's been such terrible delay with as media. So it's probably going to be 40 gigabit because, I mean, these slides kind of point to it being 40 gigabit, which is fine, whatever. I mean, like, what kind of USB device needs more than 40 gigabits? Like, 40 gigabits is still a pretty high-speed interface, like on the network side, as an example. So, but what this is really going to do is this is really going to start showing up in laptops. Will they do 80 gigabit USB 4 for higher-end boards or no? I really think it would be in the laptops. I don't think we'll see 80 gigabit on desktop. It kind of makes sense, but I don't see it happening. I really think it's going to be on mobility. Laptops stand to benefit more from USB 4 in general than desktops. And that's the reason why most desktops today, from both AMD and the Intel ones, they don't even have the Thunderbolt ports on the motherboards. Right? Like, in fact, there isn't an equivalent AMD. I guess maybe MSI might be the one exception. Okay, with the one exception being MSI. When it comes to Thunderbolt 4 and USB 4 support on AMD and Intel today on the desktop, it's pretty much the same. It's pretty much the same across the board. I've tested it on AMD extensively because I got a lot of comments of people asking me when I made that video on how to add Thunderbolt to AMD. A lot of people kept asking me if PCIe tunneling works on the AMD motherboard, and the answer based on my testing was yes, it works. So, and the reason why it works, and I didn't doubt it at all, because it's using Intel's chipset. Intel's controller has the full spec. So if it's going to be Intel's controller, it's going to do PCIe tunneling. Now, one of the largest reasons for this delay from ASMedia was because, according to ASMedia, if I have the details correct, they claim that Intel was slow and not really wanting to give them a lot of the information they were looking for when they were trying to spec out this controller when they were designing it. So there was a huge delay, and as a result, they had to do a lot of manual probing and testing PCIe tunneling, specifically PCIe tunneling on their new controller, and that is what led to this delay, and that is ultimately the reason why the AM5 motherboards today currently use Intel's Thunderbolt implementation instead of ASMedia's. That is the reason. So it's not a big deal to the end user because it's like you have a lot of options if you want USB 4 on desktop, regardless of whether you're on an AMD platform or an Intel platform. Even like the Zen 3 motherboards, like X570S. I mean, there's a number of X570 motherboards and maybe B550 that support the USB4 add-in cards that are Intel based. So, I mean, I know for a fact, hold on, Intel JHL85. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's look up Gigabyte X670E. No, not GC Maple Ridge. There's my video. I actually see my video right there. So anyway, this is what I wanted to show you. So this is it. This is the card that I added to my Gigabyte Aorus Master so that I could get Thunderbolt 4, aka USB 4, on the motherboard, or like on the desktop. So, and it works. It works totally fine. And the thing is, like, if we go down here, see Thunderbolt 4, 40 gig, certified motherboard. So they list a whole bunch of Z790s, then they list a whole bunch of Z690s, and then they list, actually, oh, you know what? Okay, this is not the right one. Hold on. GC Titan Ridge. So what's funny is the older one, this one is the Thunderbolt 3 add-in card. So this one is also Intel this is the Intel DSL 7540. The newer one is the 8540. So this one is Thunderbolt 3. But again, Thunderbolt 3 is also 40 gigabit. Thunderbolt 3 and Thunderbolt 4 have the exact same throughput. The main difference is the security settings, the authorization, authentication settings on Thunderbolt 4. There are more of them that you can program in the BIOS to negotiate whether a device is allowed to connect to the computer or not on that port. That is the main difference. But if you look here, so the Thunderbolt 3 card, they actually list like AMD stuff on here. See, so like B650. The B650 is listed here. And then X670 is listed, and then X570 is listed, and then B550, and then Threadripper TRX40 is listed. So for Thunderbolt 3, Gigabyte certifies that the Thunderbolt 3 card works, and it's basically the same as the Thunderbolt 4 card. Now, they don't certify Thunderbolt 4 cards for AMD, or they haven't done it yet, but I can tell you guys, I'm running the Maple Ridge on my X670E, and it works totally fine. PCIe tunneling pass-through works. I can run external Thunderbolt-based capture cards for 4K 60 capture, uncompressed, you know, like YU, Y2 or whatever, color spectrum, and all of it works totally fine. No lag, no weird sync issues. It works 100% on this newer card. So the reason why I'm saying that is because if somebody is curious and they have a Gigabyte board and they want to add Thunderbolt to their AMD motherboard, they can buy the Maple Ridge and it will work the same as if it was a Titan Ridge. In fact, one thing that I do want to tell everybody is if you want to add this card, if you add the Maple Ridge card to the AMD motherboard, it will show up in the BIOS. It will label it as the Titan Ridge card. And that is because it wasn't programmed in the BIOS to take the Maple Ridge string as the name. So basically, it'll show up as Titan Ridge, but it is the Maple Ridge card. And you'll see that in Windows. In Windows, it'll be Maple Ridge. In the BIOS, it'll say Titan Ridge. Do you run monitors off that card? I could if I wanted, but I don't. What I run off of the card is... I'll show you guys what I'm running off of it. I'm running a... We don't need this page anymore, so let's use AverMedia Live Gamer Bolt. I have YouTube videos showing how to set up all this stuff. But anyway, this is what I'm using with it. This is currently the only thing that I have plugged in. Now, I could plug in something else, but if we go... Actually, let's go to the product detail page here. Yeah, so I'm running the AverMedia Live Gamer Bolt off of the Thunderbolt add-in card, and it works 100%. I've never had any problems since day one, and it works. So this is just one example, but yeah, you can do like, you have full PCIe tunneling, PCIe pass-through, etc. I even have shown how to run this off of an AMD-based laptop that has a USB4 port. So what you guys are seeing here, I have shown this working off of a docking station, a Thunderbolt-based docking station with an AMD-based laptop that has Rembrandt, and it works totally fine. So that's the Ryzen 7 Pro 6850H is the APU. Let's see. Do many know about this hidden feature to implement Thunderbolt 4? It's not a hidden feature. So the thing is, it's just not talked about. Typical mainstream YouTube channels will never talk about stuff like this. You have to go to like some more like in-depth tech channel like my channel to get coverage on this. So I'll give you guys another example. Let's go to X670E Oris Master. Let's just go to the motherboard's website. So this is the motherboard that I'm using, for those that know. Like this PC that I'm streaming on right now is using the X670 Oris Master, 64 gigabytes of memory with XMP, not Expo, XMP memory. You can use XMP, it works totally fine. And we're running that with this, with the 7950X. You say hidden feature, but technically it's not really a hidden feature, because if it doesn't slow your slot one down, well, again, I mean, you got to make sure you're going to make use of it, right? Like, just to have, I guess if you want USB4 ports, you can charge, like, here's the thing. You can use it to charge stuff. Like, I would recommend, like, checking out my video on how to install the card, because the thing is, you got to install the Thunderbolt header. The 5-pin one in particular is required. And then you get 2 Thunderbolt USB 4 ports on the back. You get a DisplayPort input for a video input, so you can like plug in a monitor, or no, you can plug in your graphics card video out. So you can take the video from your graphics card, plug that into this DisplayPort input, and then you can like output this to, you know, like daisy chain displays or whatever. So anyway, there's kind of like interesting stuff you can do. Most people use it for like storage arrays and that sort of thing, for like a local on-prem NAS or something. And then you have your mini DisplayPort inputs as well. So this is the full spec. You never heard about this card until now? Yeah. So I mean, I've got a series. I got like 2 videos covering this on AMD. In fact, if we want to go to those videos, I can kind of show them. But what I wanted to show you guys in particular is right in here where it says right here. See, I'm highlighting it. Gigabyte add-in card connector. That is the Thunderbolt connector. So if we go to my favorite thing on here, which is the manual, if we go here and look at this, so this is the reason why I don't like ASUS. I like Gigabyte, ASRock, and MSI a lot more than ASUS in recent history, because Gigabyte, MSI, and ASRock provide this very, very useful block diagram that shows you exactly how everything on the motherboard is laid out. So you know if they're basically ripping you off in terms of like, are they actually utilizing all the available lanes to the CPU and the motherboard. So, but what I wanted to show is right up here on this page. So right here in particular, well, the chat's just blowing up all of a sudden. What I want to show you guys is right above me, like right here on the screen, THB_U4. That stands for Thunderbolt USB4 or Thunderbolt 4 header. This header must be plugged in if you want that add-in card to work, because what this does is this provides that cable. Think of it like an SLI bridge or a Crossfire bridge. It is the bridge that has the control plane signaling for Thunderbolt to negotiate with the motherboard's BIOS, saying, hey, I'm a Thunderbolt card. You need to expose my settings to the user in your UEFI. Because when you install this card and you plug in that Thunderbolt header and you go in the Gigabyte BIOS, you will see a new secret menu that will say Titan Ridge. That's why I was trying to tell you guys earlier. It will say Titan Ridge. It'll act as though it's the Generation 3 card. And that's because on AMD, they have certified, see right here, they have certified all these AMD motherboards with the Thunderbolt 3 card. But they never actually certified the Thunderbolt 4. That's why if you look at Thunderbolt 4, you only see a bunch of Intel ones because they haven't done the work on the AMD ones. But it works because it's the same sort of signaling. It's like Thunderbolt 3 and Thunderbolt 4 are using the exact same protocol, same messaging, same handshake. Nothing's different. So that's the reason why it works. So again, Thunderbolt/U4, you plug that in. That cable is actually this second cable right here, 5-pin. This is the one. This is the only one that plugs in to the motherboard. The 3-pin one, you ignore that one. You don't use that one. That one's for like an older motherboard. So anyway, the 5-pin one, they even show you that right there. And that enables it. Now this is available on lots of motherboards. Lots of AM5 motherboards can add Thunderbolt via the add-in cards. Some of them have them built in. Like another example I can give you guys is if we go to, let's just like duplicate this, I guess, and then go to ASRock X670E Tai Chi. If we go to the ASRock Tai Chi, somebody mentioned earlier that right there you can see those two USB-C ports are Thunderbolt ports. They're USB4 ports. You can see the little lightning bolt symbol there. That means that they're Thunderbolt ports. This is on an AMD motherboard. So if we go here to the manual, it will reveal all the secrets. And this is why I really like ASRock, MSI, and Gigabyte, because they give you this very useful block diagram. So right here, bam, right there. Intel USB4 controller, Maple Ridge. This is the Maple Ridge, which is the same thing as this the Thunderbolt 4 card. See? So what this means is ASRock is they're including the add-in card chipset soldered on to their motherboard. They're including because they soldered it directly onto the motherboard. And it is the Intel JHL40 or 8540 Maple Ridge. And that gives you two USB 4 ports. And guess what? Both of these ports, what they have done is they have taken the DisplayPort input. Notice here on the card, you have physical mini DisplayPort in. These are two DisplayPort inputs. So what ASRock has done, because they soldered the chip on the motherboard, they have soldered those two DisplayPort inputs to the integrated graphics on the Ryzen processor. So you have DisplayPort 1, DisplayPort 2, and DisplayPort 0 is wired to an HDMI port. What that means is that on the Tai Chi motherboard, you can actually drive 3 independent monitors directly off the integrated Ryzen CPU. You can plug one into the HDMI, you can plug 1 and 2, you can plug 2 displays each into those USB 4 Thunderbolt ports, and you will get display out off of those ports. Will I take a look at ASRock's new Z? There isn't really any reason to, though, because there's nothing different. Wait for other motherboard manufacturers, then release a bigger video. I will probably cover them when that... I will definitely talk about them as we get closer to launch for the 14th gen, but that's too early right now, so there's really no point in talking about it right now. Yeah, so I will discuss those. I mean, I covered Z790. I don't like Z790. I have a Z790 motherboard. For those that don't know, I currently run three modern desktops. All of them are Gigabyte based. So I have a X670E Aorus Master. I have an X670 Aorus Elite AX, and I have a Z790 Aorus Master. So I have all three of them. I don't like. There is one thing in particular that I really don't like about Z790. I really do think that Z690 is a superior chipset. It's a superior platform to Z790. There is absolutely nothing that Z790 does that you can't do with Z690, with the one exception being PCIe Gen 5, and that's the reason why I don't like Z790. It is kind of it's a minor thing at the end of the day, but the reason why I don't like Z790 is because you cannot do PCIe Gen 5 storage on Z790 without dropping your graphics card down to 8 lanes. That is the reason why I don't like Z790. So that is a platform limitation. Every single Z790 motherboard has that limitation. There is no way to avoid that other than just like not using your primary M.2 drive slot. It's really annoying. So, yeah. Because it instantly nerfs your GPU to like half of the lanes as soon as you plug in an M.2 drive into that primary M.2 slot on a Z790 motherboard. No, they'll probably do that. They're all going to do that because these aren't any different. There's no new chipset. The only reason, okay, if it's Z790, it will have that problem. It has to be a completely different chipset for it to fix that. Because it's not a problem. I don't want to say it's a problem. It is a platform limitation. And that's just because there's not enough lanes. Any idea why charging through USB-C is extremely slow, even if I have already played? So the thing about the Thunderbolt, if you're using... Yeah, that's because it doesn't do much wattage. So the thing about the add-in card is... The add-in card actually has PCIe 6 pin on the back. Now, these are optional. You don't have to plug these in. I never plugged mine in because I never bothered to plug... Like, I'm not going to charge my phone or something off of my Thunderbolt card. But if you wanted to, you could do that. It provides... I forgot... it's like... Each of these is like 75 watts. So it's like 75 watts per Thunderbolt port. So, well, I don't know if it's the full 75 watt. It might be like 60 watts. But it's a 6-pin PCIe on the back, and there's 2 of them, 1 per port. Oh, MSI, yeah. The new ASRock boards do like 5. Yeah, well, all of them are like 5, most of them actually. Yeah, the Aorus Master Z790 is 5 M.2, but you can't use the primary without losing half of your GPU lanes. I talked about this during the Raptor Lake launch last year. We covered these in depth. I went over all the motherboards on live stream. We went in depth, and I was not happy with them. The conclusion that I came to was if you're going to buy a Raptor Lake CPU, pair it up with a Z690 motherboard, because those are a lot better. I can like prove it right now. I can show you like the well, let's see, we don't need this anymore. So let's go to Z790 Aorus Master and show you how trash this is compared to the AMD one. What happened here? Oh. Okay, so if we go here, we go to the manual. And actually, for comparison, what we'll do is we'll look at the Z690 Gaming X DDR4 because I have this motherboard. So I can speak to this one in particular, why this one's actually good. But I can't really talk to like a flagship Z690 because I never had those. This is the wrong one. Where is the... what is this? Like, where's their... Huh? Oh, this is the manual. Okay, so this one... okay, this one doesn't have the block diagram, but that's okay. The main thing is it's very dependent on how the motherboard is designed. But if you can see... Like, the problem with Z790... Actually, you know what? Maybe... maybe let's look at the Z690 Aorus Master. This one. Yeah, this one's got the block diagram. Okay, so... yeah, this is so much better than the Z790. Z790 is a huge scam. Alright, so I'm about to prove it. So here we go. So here's the biggest problem with Z790. So Z790's big marketing gimmick is PCIe Gen 5 storage. But unlike the AMD motherboards, which actually give you like true Gen 4, like without impacting GPU, the only... so what Intel did for Z790 is they went and they're like, okay, AMD is coming out with PCIe Gen 5 storage. They're coming out with 24 lanes of PCIe Gen 5. We have 16 gigabytes of, or not 16 gigabytes, we have 16 lanes of Gen 5 on our Z690 motherboards. So Z690 has 16 lanes of Gen 5. On a Z690 motherboard, that means that all 16 lanes go to your graphics card slot. Now, we all know that today, there are no such thing. Well, okay, there is that one in China. There's a Chinese GPU that's PCIe Gen 5, but nobody cares because it's not even that good. So the point is, today, there are no relevant GPUs that take advantage of Gen 5, but there are relevant Gen 5 drives, and there's only going to become more and more of them, and they're going to become faster and faster as newer revisions come out. So Gen 5 is actually going to take off and become a thing, especially in the enterprise and the production world. So anyway, Intel, in all their infinite wisdom, thought that, okay, we have 16 lanes of Gen 5 on Z690. What can we do to offer people a Gen 5 drive slot on the motherboard? Oh, I got an idea. Let's take some lanes from the graphics card and give it to the M.2. Let's cut the graphics card in half and like give those lanes to Gen 5. That is exactly what they did for Z790. So when you look at Z690, Z690 has 16 lanes of Gen 5. Right there, PCIe 5.0 X16, PCIe 4.0 Gen or M.2 drive. This is a Z690 design. This is a totally fine, totally relevant design. Now, what do they do with Z790? Well, here's what they do. They put a switch. They put a switch here. And the switch says, if you have a graphics card, you get 16 lanes. Or, if you plug in any drive, it doesn't have to be a Gen 5 drive, any drive, as soon as you populate the primary M.2 slot that connects to the PCIe 5.0 bus, your GPU will run at X8. X8 speed. No way around it. Every single Z790 motherboard, I looked at more than a dozen motherboards during the launch period. All of them do this. Every single one of them do this. It is the most irritating thing to spend $500 on a Z790 Aorus Master during launch day just to find out that you can't actually run a primary M.2 drive in the top slot. Because you know what? This one says M2C underscore CPU. M2C underscore CPU is the top one. It's the one that goes right next to the CPU above the GPU. That means it's the one that, what happened here? Specification? No. Key features. It's the one that gets the really nice chunky heatsink. It means that if I want to take advantage of the really big fat heatsink to keep my M.2 drive cool, guess what? I lose half my GPU lanes. Otherwise, I can't use that fat heatsink. It basically sits there and looks pretty and does absolutely nothing because it's sitting right there, M2C underscore CPU. And guess what? It takes half of my GPU. It drops my GPU to X8 and wastes 4 lanes. Because 8 plus 4 equals 12. The total is 16. You know what that means? That means they leave 4 lanes hanging there doing absolutely nothing. Wasted money. Wasted real estate. No, they did not write it wrong. That is correct. You know why? I tested it. So you know what I ended up doing? I have to run my operating system off of M2A CPU, the Gen 4 one that goes to the CPU. I'm using this one. So it's a minor point. It's super annoying because it's like, okay, that nice chunky heatsink that can keep my M.2 cool, I can't even use it. It sits there and does absolutely nothing. So I even explained this in the build video for the 13900K. So super, super annoying. Oh, okay. Intel and AMD boards always wonder why they put more postcodes. No, they have the same amount of postcodes. The postcodes are the same. Like, the Z690 board that I have doesn't have the postcode, but the Z790 one does, because it's a $500 motherboard. It better have a postcode at that price point. So, that's super annoying to me. It's just irritating that I spent $500 on a motherboard, and then it's like, if I want to use that nice heatsink with a Gen 5 drive, or any SSD, doesn't matter which one, I lose half of my GPU lanes. It's just kind of irritating to think about. That's the reason why I don't like Z790. So it's a big scam. So that's why like during the launch I basically recommended get the Z690s while you can, because those don't have that problem. They put the M.2 heatsink there. You can use it and it doesn't steal lanes. That's the way to go. Basically, in my mind, if you want to go Intel, Z690 is the only way to go right now, at least, like, as far as I'm concerned. Otherwise, it's like AMD all the way. Like, in terms of the budget stuff, B650 is really good right now, especially with all those Starfield bundles. I mean, hello, like, the Starfield's free if you upgrade, like, to any AM5 or any, like, Radeon, so it's, so, yeah. But they don't have that problem on the Aorus Master X670E. See, so it's like the top CPU's there. You get the giant heat sink. It works fine. And then you've got like these other ones. So you get 4 total. And you can use all of them without worrying about any kind of lanes. Because see, they do it right. They give you 2 Gen 5 drives. I repeat, 2 Gen 5 drives. I can run literally a Gen 5 drive here under the big fat heat sink. And I can run a Gen 5, technically I can run a Gen 5 drive on the really, really big Unisync. So if we go back to the picture, that's why I actually kind of like this motherboard. So you can see on the Gigabyte Aorus Master, the AMD one, you have the same big fat heatsink, and you can actually use it, and it's not wasting, it's not stealing lanes. And then you have this really big, like, Unisync down here to cool the other M.2s, and one of them is a Gen 5. So you got M2A CPU and M2B CPU are both Gen 5 off of the CPU. Unlike Intel, which basically you can do one Gen 4, and if you want to do Gen 5, you basically like lose half of your GPU lanes. So that's super annoying. And then you still have, you know, like another one down here, and you have like a 4th one down there. You have 2 more Gen 4 off the chipset. Not many Z690 Wi-Fi 6E. Oh yeah, that. Well, weren't most of them Wi-Fi 6E though? I thought they were. That might be one thing. That might be like the one thing that's different, but yeah, I don't know. The other thing too, here's the other thing that's a big scam on Z790. So this is probably an even bigger scam. So on Z790, Z690, so this is the Z690, you get a PCIe 3.0 bus that gives you 2 X4. Now this one is sharing bandwidth, so this is another thing that's kind of dumb. But you get 2 X4 PCIe slots. So what does that mean? That means, for example, if I want to add Thunderbolt, here's my Thunderbolt header. I can add that Maple Ridge or the Titan Ridge to my Z690 Aorus Master. I can get USB4 and Thunderbolt off of my Z690 just like with my AMD board. And so what that means is I gotta plug the Thunderbolt card into either the second PCIe slot or the bottom PCIe slot, and it will work totally fine regardless of which one I choose, because that add-in card requires 4 lanes of PCIe 3.0 bandwidth. I repeat, Thunderbolt 4 requires 4 lanes of Gen 3 bandwidth. So that means that you can do it on Z690 Aorus Master on either one of these, but obviously you would want to choose the bottom one is actually better, because the second one is sharing bandwidth with one of the M.2 slots. So I think, I could be wrong, but I think the PCIe slot has priority, which means if someone installs an M.2 drive in M2 CSB, which is the bottom one down here, and if they plug in something on the second slot, they'll lose their drive. Their drive will not appear in Windows as though it's something wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it, it's just because they plugged in a Thunderbolt card. And so what they have to do is they have to move the Thunderbolt card down to the bottom slot, and then it'll work. But it's nice to have the option of having X4 and X4. The thing that's a big scam on Z790, if we look at Z790 now, Z790 is a huge scam because you get, well, okay, I don't want to say it's a huge scam, but the thing is, you get X4 just like on Z690 and just like on the AMD board. It's PCIe Gen 3, whereas on AMD, if you look at AMD, it's Gen 4. So, which means the Aorus Master AMD version is actually more future-proof because it's giving you a Gen 4 X4 slot, which can support the 80 gigabit USB 4. The 40 gigabit USB 4 is 4 lanes Gen 3. But the 80 gigabit one is probably going to be Gen 4. I don't know. I could be wrong. Might be like 2 lanes or something. But it depends on how they're going to implement it. But anyway, the AMD one has more bandwidth through the slot because it's Gen 4, whereas the Z790 is only Gen 3. See, these motherboards are priced the same. They're both $500 motherboards, but one of them is shortchanging you by basically stealing lanes from the graphics card for a scam Gen 5 slot, and then it's also running the PCIe bus for the PCIe slot at 3.0 instead of 4.0. Then the other thing that makes it worse than Z690 is Z690 gives you the option for dual X4. You can do Thunderbolt card plus some other thing that uses more than like, you know, like a 4-lane capture card, for example, like an AverMedia 4K or an Elgato 4K capture card. Those use 4 lanes, so it's nice to have the ability to have more expansion slots, whereas on Z790, you get 1 X4, and that's typically going to be for Thunderbolt, and you get this useless X1, which is completely garbage. Like, why do I need an X1 in 2023? What am I going to plug in there that I don't already have? I already have LAN, I already have Wi-Fi built in, I already have Wi-Fi 6E, so why would I plug in a Wi-Fi card on this X1? This is completely useless and pointless in my mind, unless I want to plug in like an ancient 1080p capture card or whatever. I mean, that's dumb. So it's nice to have the option. I mean, I know this is shared, but I would rather have 2 X4s than 1 X4 and a useless X1, if that makes sense. The Aorus Master layout is really nice. Yeah, on the AMD one, on the Intel one, it's like, there's some questionable design choices on this board for a $500 board. From a standard consumer and looking in depth for Intel, AMD, Z series, and X series boards, I wonder why features are skipped out. Mostly price point, although, you know, these are both $500 motherboards, so it's kind of inexcusable. So the funny thing is, so the Intel one, it's like, you can't do Gen 5 without compromise on the CPU lanes. And then you have kind of like, you know, old school PCIe 3 on your X4 slot, which is kind of dumb because it means you can't do like 80 gig Thunderbolt, most likely. You're going to be bandwidth limited, so that's kind of dumb. And then on the AMD one, and then you get like 4 SATA ports. Now the AMD one is interesting. So the AMD one, what they do is they do 4 SATA ports, just like on the Z790, but then they give you 2 more down here on a switch that is shared with a PCIe X2 slot. So this one is almost, I want to say almost as useless as the Intel one, but I will say that X2 is technically superior to the Intel one, because at some point in the future, I can totally see, like, what is that company? Marvell or Realtek or even Intel selling a 10 gigabit LAN card, an add-in card that uses 2 lanes. Because if you want to do 10 gigabit Ethernet, you only need 2 lanes of like Gen 3 to pull that off. So this would be perfect for like a 10 gigabit network card or something. You know, like that's what I can see that for. Otherwise, if you're never going to use that, now you have 2 more SATA ports. Now you got 6 SATA ports total versus only 4 on the Intel board. So, and then all your like peripherals over here are Gen 4. So, really interesting stuff. Yeah, the Intel one is just strange. Very weird choices. But the thing is, I'm not going to blame Intel. It's not Intel's fault. Okay, what Intel did that's dumb is like the gimmicky, like, let's steal lanes from the GPU so we can offer Gen 5 storage. You know, that's kind of scammy in my mind, but it's just an irritating thing to look at as a tech enthusiast. Like, who wants to run their GPU at X8 if they want to run the primary, like, M.2 drive? See, that just seems so backwards to me. So that's Intel's fault. But the motherboard manufacturers, like this I blame the motherboard manufacturers, because this is just some dumb choices right here. Like 3.0, X4 3.0 on a $500 motherboard when your AMD equivalent is 4.0, and it's the exact same. It's Aorus Master versus Aorus Master. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just questionable. So that right there is just a gigabyte fail on that Z790. So, and then you have like the 20 gig ports on the AMD boards, and the Intel ones, it's like the Intel one's supposed to have the 20 gig, but it's like, okay, there they go. But the thing is, what they don't tell you is that these are like front panel, so you don't actually have them. You have like one on the back, so it's so kind of like all over the place. So yeah, that's why I don't talk much about Z790, because I evaluated it and it was just irritating to me as a tech enthusiast the more I talked about it. So, but yeah, Z690 is fine. Z690 is really good. So, just Z790 is just a joke. It's a big ignore in my mind. But we'll revisit like the newer ones when they come out. I don't think they're going to be any different because, like, guys, it's a refresh. It's not a new chipset. So I don't expect anything at all, really. It's going to be the same stuff. The big thing that's going to be different for the AMD boards is what we were talking about earlier, was that this is the stuff like as media. Basically, like, the new AMD motherboards that are supposed to come out next year alongside the Zen 5 launch, those are probably going to have the ASMedia USB4 controllers on them. So you'll have a lot of motherboards that have like 40 gigabit USB on the back. That's basically what that means. At a lower price point compared to, you know, having to spend $500 on like a Tai Chi or some stuff like that. So, or like an Asus Crosshair or an Asus Creator, because those are the ones that have USB 4 today, but they're all using the Intel controller that we talked about earlier. You glad you bought MSI? It was the only brand which didn't have issues with the X3D chips. Been running this since day one. I mean, I've been running the 7950 X3D on my Gigabyte, and I haven't had any issues. So, like, I'm running... I'm not running it with the Master. I'm actually running it with the Elite. So, I've got the X670 Aorus Elite AX. This one, here, let's... Okay, so this is the one that I'm running with the X3D, the 7950 X3D. And this one actually does have a Gen 5 drive on it. And it's a non-E, and it still has a Gen 5 drive. The AMD VR for XTX should be fine. Yeah, I haven't had any issues. I mean, I have the Oculus Rift. I tried the PlayStation VR2 with the 7900 XTX, and it doesn't work with Steam VR, but supposedly people are working on it. But it does work as like a weird like VR monitor, if that makes sense. Like if I plug in the PSVR 2 into my AMD card on the USB-C port on the 70, like on this port, for example. Where is it? Let's go to this. So on this GPU, it's got a USB-C port. So basically, I plugged my PSVR 2 headset into this port, and it comes up as an external monitor. So like if I put the VR headset on, I basically see like a monitor, like an extended desktop, like I'm using Windows Desktop in the VR headset. But I can't launch like Steam games in VR or Oculus. None of that stuff works because it treats it as a monitor. It doesn't treat it as a VR headset. So, but apparently people are working on it. There's people out there that are trying to mod it to get it to work with VR. It's only a matter of time. Like, they're claiming that they have to have some kind of like external hardware device. I think what they mean by that is a converter to convert USB-C into like DisplayPort or something. But anybody who has like an AMD reference card, either a 6000 series, like a 6900 XT, or a 6950 XT, or the 7900 XTX, or the 7900 XT, as long as you have the reference card, or any of these cards from AMD that have the USB-C port, you'll probably be able to use the PSVR 2 headset as a VR headset on PC. I don't know when, but I would assume it's going to become a thing soon in the near future. What you read is for the bigger question. Oh, last question. Should you get the XTX or the 3090 Ti for VR? I know they fixed some games. See, I don't know what VR games you play, but what I have played in VR with the XTX, I haven't had any problems at all. So I don't know what these problems are that people are talking about. For me, it just works. Like, I literally just upgraded to the card and everything works. Like, I don't know what people are running into. They fixed some games. I don't know what like, you gotta give me some examples, because I have no idea. Like, to me, it works. I mean, I'm not talking about the VR, like the PSVR 2. I'm talking about the Oculus. The Oculus Rift works fine. No, I mean, not for me. I mean, it kind of depends on what they're doing, though. Like, the Oculus Rift and the Oculus Rift S, they work 100% totally fine. Like with the Oculus Rift, I plug it in the HDMI port because it's an HDMI based headset. But on the Rift S, I use a display port because that one has a display port on it and it works. And I tried PSVR2, and obviously that one it detects it as a monitor, but it doesn't work with VR. So I would not even consider the 3090. Okay, so a couple of reasons why I would not consider 3090. A couple of things about the 3090. 3090 has a serious issue with reliability because the back of the card. The problem with the 3090 is that it has half of its RAM chips are on the front, and that's fine. The problem is half of the RAM chips are on the back, and these RAM chips overheat. They run way too hot. So I would avoid this card like the plague. This is just asking for trouble. This is asking for like an RMA within like 2 years, and then they're gonna send you like some 4070 Ti or something as a replacement, so which is a downgrade because you lose half of your RAM. So that's not good. The 3090 Ti is much improved because it doesn't have that. All the RAM is on the front because they used more dense memory DIMMs. The problem with the 3090 Ti is it consumes a lot of power. This thing uses so much electricity that it's not comfortable being next to it after a couple of hours. So that's why I don't recommend this either. Like, this would only be good for, like, if you're going to do something with machine learning. Even after undervolt, I mean, you could do that, but then it's like now your stability's not guaranteed because that's always a silicon lottery. That's like a coin toss. That's rolling a dice, essentially, to see if your undervolt will be stable at a specific voltage. So I wouldn't put too much weight into, like, undervolting. No. Plus, you're buying, like, last generation versus, like, current generation. I don't know. Like, to me, like, I don't, it depends on the price. Like, it depends on how much money, because, like, this card, in my mind, this card is not worth more than, like, as a used card, I would not pay more than, like, $700 for this card. Like, this card's not worth more than $700 in my mind. So, yeah, for I wouldn't buy this for VR. This is kind of dumb. This is a dumb graphics card to buy for VR because its power consumption is way too high. I would only buy this for machine learning, for like stable diffusion and like any kind of AI application that can actually use the 24 gigabytes of VRAM. And the problem is a lot of a lot of AI applications that I've looked into, a lot of them are starting to require more than 24 gigabytes. Like if you want to run like an on-prem chat GPT, like you need a 40 gigabyte graphics card to do that. Realistically, you could do it on a 24 gig card. Like I haven't tried it myself, but I don't know. I think as the data sets get higher and higher, or larger and larger, I should say, the VRAM is going to become a limiting factor. And I think that's why it's going to probably make running VR workloads, or not, I keep saying VR, AI workloads on consumer hardware harder and harder to pull off with good results. Okay, so you're asking for VR. Yeah, the main game that I play is Beat Saber. So Beat Saber, like in terms of like VR, I've played around with like PSVR2, and honestly, I really think that a lot of the VR games on the PlayStation 5 are a lot more interesting. Like the Horizon Call of the Mountain, that's actually one of the best VR games that I've ever played. But Half-Life, like Half-Life Alyx, and Beat Saber are two really, really good ones on Steam. VR Chat is much harder to run than Beat Saber. VR Chat, well, I don't really run VR Chat. The thing is, do you really need VR to run VR Chat? But anyway, like Beat Saber works fine, like maxed out. And you're never really going to be VRAM limited, as far as I know, on VR games. At least from what I can tell. It's just awkward, right, that cards have in terms of VRAM and some future-proof and not regretting my purchase, you know. If you... Okay. I'll put it this way. Like, the best card for the money, for a 24GB card, is either going to be a used 3090 Ti, if you can find one at a decent price. The problem is a lot of people are buying these on the used market for AI. Like, this card is very popular for AI, and so is the 3090. And that's the reason why these two cards from the previous generation retain their value, at least today, they retain their value really well. But if you're looking for brand new, and you want like high VRAM, this card is the best value. There's really nothing better in terms of like value per dollar, VRAM per dollar, or however you want to like equate that in mathematical terms. Like, this one provides the best value. I mean, I've tested a lot of cards. Like, obviously, I mean, I have the 3090 Ti, and I can tell you that thing is loud and it uses the most. The 3090 Ti is the highest power consuming card that I have ever owned. And I own a lot of graphics cards. I still have it. And I am planning to do something with it. I need to test getting Stable Diffusion working on the 3090 Ti, because I've currently only got it working on the AMD cards. So I need to install it on the X3D CPU and test 3090 Ti with it. You have PSVR 2. Well, PSVR 2, the thing is, you gotta wait for PSVR 2 to be able to like work on other platforms. So like we said this in a previous live stream. Like, I think I mentioned this probably 2 weeks ago. Because we're talking about PSVR 2 for some reason. I don't know how we start talking about it, but anyway, what I said at the time was there was an article back in like March or April where the article was saying that Sony's sales figures for the PSVR 2 were not as good as they originally hoped. So what I said in response to that was, well, if Sony really wants to sell a lot of PSVR 2 headsets, they need to make it work with the Windows desktop. Like, the moment Sony opens up the PSVR 2 to work with like Steam VR or just Windows as an actual VR headset, that opens the floodgates. That thing is going to be the best selling VR headset because it is a very nice VR headset. It is currently the best VR headset that I own. So I really wish that I could use it with Windows at more than just like a extended desktop over my head. But you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing. Like, they open up the floodgates and let that thing work on Windows. That thing will sell itself. It'll be sold out like everywhere within like 2 months of them like making it work on Steam VR. Guaranteed. I don't even have to like make any assumptions. I can just say that that's how it will play out, and it will. I don't have to have any market research. I can just say it and it will happen. That's how much confidence I have in saying that if Sony wants to sell more PSVR 2, make it work on Windows and you got yourselves a sale. And I think a lot of people listening to this would agree. Alright, but anyway, like I said, in terms of like the best GPU in terms of VRAM per dollar, the 7900 XTX really can't be beaten. So for like Stable Diffusion, this thing is actually really, really good. So I highly recommend it. Thanks for the feedback. Just don't know between those two cards. I mean, I've been using the XTX basically since December. In fact, I'm using one right now. This PC that we're streaming on is using the XTX, and it works fine. I've never had any issues. VR works. I don't know what other games you play, but like I said, I play Beat Saber. That's like the main one that I probably have the most hours in terms of all my VR games. But works. No issues. We'll go with the XTX and not run in circles trying to get... Yeah, I think trying to get a 3090 Ti is like... For VR, that to me, that doesn't make any sense, to be honest. Like, I don't know why you would do that. Specifically for VR. For machine learning, there is an argument in favor of NVIDIA just because the CUDA ecosystem in VR has a huge lead over Microsoft's DirectML, which is what the AMD cards use on Windows. But if you're on Linux, then it becomes a moot point because Rockham, you just install Rockham and then all your ML workloads just work on there. So is the video encoder any better on XTX to NVIDIA? Yeah, it's better. I mean, I'm streaming right now using the AMD encoder and the quality's fine. Like if you guys want to see what it looks like with a game, I can show you that real quick. But this stream is encoded using the XTX built-in encoder. I am not doing any CPU encoding at all on this stream. And we are streaming at 1440p, 60 frames per second. We're not streaming at like some, you know, pleb 720 or whatever. All right, so let's, here, let me bring up the game. Where is that game? This is what you guys have been hearing the music to the whole time. I think Marcelo, if he's still here, was saying like I hear like some funny music playing. That music was coming from that megaphone up there. The music's coming out of that thing. Anyway, this is how like a game streaming. Okay, so for those wondering, this game is in full 4K. This is 4K maxed out, native 4K, and we are streaming to the internet in 1440p, 60 FPS. So we're downscaling from 4K to 1440p. And the reason why we do that is because the amount of bandwidth required for a 4K 60 live stream is insane for someone like me who just has regular internet. So that's what we've got. That's what we're working with. But you guys can see like this is what the game, this is how a game looks like when it's encoded using the XTX encoder. Let's see. Let me see if I can, what can I do here? Like we're actually in some kind of circus place. Let me see. Maybe I should just do the dailies. Let's do that. All right. Which was the reason to lean NVIDIA? Oh, wait, hold on. The AV1 encoder might be better on RDNA 3. Well, I haven't really done any comparisons. I really think the AV1 is the same, to be honest. I really think so, like, AV1 across all three is basically identical. Like, I did testing with... I didn't test NVIDIA because I don't have an NVIDIA card that can encode an AV1. Because you have to have a 40 series to do that. But I have tested AMD AV1 extensively. I have tested Intel extensively in AV1. And from what I can tell, it's the same. Like, I can't tell any difference. Now, if you start encoding in something like AVC or HEVC, then you start noticing differences. So with AVC, Intel looks better. To me, Intel looks better than AMD in AVC. Now, when I test HEVC, AMD looks better than both Intel and NVIDIA in HEVC. But if we're talking like absolute best in terms of the old codec or old encoder, which would be H.264 AVC, NVIDIA looks the best when it comes to AVC H.264. So I would say NVIDIA looks the best in terms of how it appears to me when it comes to the old codec. Now, we're not talking about AV1, we're talking about AVC. Intel's second, AMD's last. Now, with HEVC, which is H.265, which is middle of the road, AMD looks the best, and I can barely tell the difference between Intel and NVIDIA. I think Intel's like marginally better than NVIDIA, but it's so close, I can barely even... I don't really feel confident saying that Intel's better than NVIDIA when it comes to HEVC. They look so similar. The main difference with HEVC is, for some reason, AMD's color depth, in terms of how they encode the color values, looks better, so it looks less blocky. And the color seems to reproduce the original color image better on HEVC. But a lot of people have said this. Like, I've talked with a lot of people about why does AMD's HEVC look so good? And the answer I got was a lot of people that use Radeon on Apple, like on Mac, and they use Final Cut Pro and those sort of things, a lot of the raw footage that is recorded and then like edited in Final Cut, a lot of times they use HEVC as the output format. So, and AMD has had to provide a lot of the silicon to Apple historically, because you guys know Apple only uses Radeon for their GPUs on like Mac desktops. And that might be the reason why HEVC quality is so good on AMD. But the reason why no one really talks about that in the gaming world is because when it comes to Twitch.tv, Twitch.tv only uses the ancient dinosaur technology from the late 90s. I kid you not, Twitch.tv is using ancient HEVC, or not HEVC, AVC, H.265. Twitch is using very, very outdated, like late 90s, early 2000s technology for their codec, for their encoder. And it's terrible. And Intel and AMD have like long moved beyond that with like HEVC and now AV1. NVIDIA, on the other hand, like improved that ancient technology so much, and that is the reason why NVIDIA looks better on Twitch streams, because they have improved the AVC encoder quality. And that's the one that the gamer crowd likes to talk about. The tech channels are technically adjacent to gaming oftentimes, and that's the reason why you go listen to like a tech tuber talk about like video encoders. They're gonna praise NVIDIA because it's the one that Twitch uses, the AVC. You don't really see that in the professional world, where occasionally people will still use AVC, but HEVC is a lot more prominent in like professional export of videos for rendering. And then now AV1 is slowly like ramping up, and we're slowly migrating to that. So that's the reason why, in my mind, like if I'm on AMD and I can't do AV1, I would do HEVC because that's the best one for that hardware. If I'm on NVIDIA, I would do AVC because that's the best one for NVIDIA. And if I'm on Intel, I don't know what I would do. I would, if I can use AV1, obviously I would use AV1. But if I can't use AV1 and I'm on Intel, I would probably do HEVC because HEVC is newer. I mean, the acronym literally stands for High Efficiency Video Codec. You would think that high efficiency means that it's better at compressing the data compared to the ancient, whatever AVC stands for, Advanced Video Codec or whatever. Can I do AV1 in OBS now? Yes, you can. Well, no, it depends on what you have. You have to have a GPU that can encode in AV1. Now, you can encode using something called SVT AV1, which will use your CPU to encode AV1, but that is going to be extremely hard. Guys, I've already used OBS to record a lot of AV1 and encode a lot of AV1 videos using the AMD card. So yeah, OBS has had like AV1 support for a long time, since like the end of last year. Does this translate to VR chat? To be honest, this part I don't understand. I'm not sure what you're talking about, like VR chat. Like, what? I don't know what this has to do with VR. Oh, if you're... Okay, the only time this stuff matters for VR is if you're doing, like, either wireless VR, like Oculus Quest 2, or if you're doing, like, Quest 2 tethered to your motherboard using the USB cable, because that plugs into the motherboard, if I'm not mistaken, not the GPU. So, if you're using the Quest 2, that uses the bit rate. That's the bit rate. That's not like, it is somewhat dependent on the codec, but it's more especially if it's wireless, it's more a limit in terms of the Bluetooth or whatever the protocol that you're using to transfer the video feed and compress that using the codec, whether it's AV1, HEVC, or AVC. I would assume Quest 2 is not going to use AV1 though. So you're most likely going to be using HEVC or AVC with the Quest 2. So But I think if you can manually set like bitrate, and as long as your whatever the thing is, I don't have a Quest 2, so I'm not an expert in this. Trickled down from talking about VR being more. Wait, you trickled down from talking about VR being more NVIDIA GPU based or working versus AMD. I'm not sure what you're talking about. We never really compared NVIDIA or AMD for VR. We're talking about the Quest 2, because if you're talking about VR for like an actual head, like an HMD that is connected to the graphics card, all that stuff that we just talked about, AV1, HEVC, AVC, all of that means absolutely nothing. It has nothing to do with a VR's HMD display. That's the same as like the monitor. So forget about like codecs. That has nothing to do with a tethered VR headset. Now that only comes into play if you're doing wireless VR, like Quest 2, or you're using the Quest 2 like tethered with a USB cable. That's the only time that would come into play. All right, but you guys can see, like, this is what a XTX encoder quality looks like on a live stream. So, and yeah, no, yeah, it has, what I was talking about only has to do with video production and like stream image quality. So this is what the stream looks like, and this is an HEVC encoded stream. Now, I tried AV1, and YouTube sometimes lets me do AV1, and oftentimes it lets me do AV1, but then no one can watch for some reason. So I end up doing HEVC, and it always works. So oh, I just realized, like, all my audio is off for the game. Hold on. I should turn that on so that I can actually hear the prompts.
Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon?
Okay.
Me?
How many megabit? This is about 10. Actually,
See about that.
yeah, I think this is like 10 to 12.
Respect.
10 to 12. Because we are doing a higher resolution and we're downscaling.
You asked for it.
Yeah, the thing is, streaming to YouTube is actually a lot better than streaming to Twitch. Twitch, unless you're like a Twitch partner, you're very limited in what you can stream at. And you're also limited to like something like 7 or 8 or 6 megabit per second. YouTube, I'm doing like 10 or 10 to 12. And that's like a lot better. It results in a much better image than like, you know, 5 or something. But keep in mind, we're doing... Yeah, remember guys, this is a 1440p stream though. The source is 1440p, not like 1080p or something. So you guys gotta keep that in mind. We're doing 1440 at that bit rate. So that actually makes sense. And that's the reason why I choose, well, the reason why I choose 1440p is because I found out that if you stream to YouTube at 1440p, or even 4K, it will transcode your video to VP09. And VP09 looks a lot better, and it's less resource intensive, supposedly, than AVC. Do you know if it's similar to... what? To kick? I don't understand. What is that? What is kick? You mean like to kick someone from the stream? Well, I don't understand what you're talking about. Are you saying like, is it similar to kick someone from the stream like it is on Twitch? I haven't streamed to Twitch in years. Oh, Kick is another streaming partner. Oh, is it a new one? How new is it? Like, I've never heard of it. That's actually the first I've ever heard of that. I might need to look into that. Well, if it's new, I don't really have a lot of time to like stream games all the time. But it's nice to know that there's something that replaced Mixer early last year or earlier this year. Yeah, I'd have to look into that. I've never heard of it. But yeah, it's weird. If you stream to YouTube at 1440p, it will give you VP09. I found that little trick very interesting. Kick bought a lot of big and smaller streamers. Really? Oh, did the Fortnite guy, did Ninja go over there? Because that guy... You know what I think is kind of dumb? What I understand is when Mixer closed down... Twitch just let him go back to them. Like, why would they allow him to come back when they clearly knew that he would... I don't know. I don't really understand it. They bought XQC, but he can still... See, that doesn't make any sense. What's the point of buying a streamer if they can still stream on the old service? That, to me, they should not, like... They shouldn't accept that. Like, they shouldn't... he should not be allowed to stream to Twitch if he's gonna go to them. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Because how is that supposed to help them? You see what I'm saying? Like... Bring in the viewers, but why would the viewers go? Why would the viewers leave Twitch, unless they hated Twitch? You see what I'm saying? Like, if I start streaming to Twitch and streaming to YouTube, like, are you guys gonna automatically go watch me on Twitch? Unless you're someone who like consumes a lot of Twitch content, I don't see the reason. See what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it. Like, why would, if he can stream on Twitch and stream on Kick? Why would... It doesn't make any sense. Like, why would somebody go watch him on Kick? Different streamer culture? I guess? Is it really gonna be that different, though? Was Mixer... Realistically, was Mixer ever really that different from Twitch? See, I somewhat doubt that. People will follow him everywhere. Well, the thing is, doesn't he just like stream to both platforms simultaneously? Isn't that how it works? I used to stream long time ago. I used to stream to Twitch and YouTube simultaneously, and I got more traction on YouTube, so I just stayed on YouTube and just forgot about Twitch. That and Twitch had a lot of like stupid policies too that were kind of dumb. The only thing that Twitch, like, isn't it possible to still play copyrighted music on Twitch? I know they'll silence the section where the music is, but you don't get like any kind of copyright infringement issues if you play like copyrighted music on Twitch. Is that correct? Is that still how it works? That's the only thing about YouTube. Like, I can't play like any kind of background copyrighted music. That's the only thing that I feel like Twitch offers over YouTube that's a benefit for streams. That's like the one thing. Actually, what am I doing? I think I could have just used I could have done the Spider-Man thing to get over there. You know what? I can like turn her into a car and just like drive over there. He streams some hours on Twitch, then says he will go on Kick. I guess that to me sounds pointless. That just sounds so pointless. I guess he's not allowed. Okay, maybe that's what it is. Maybe he's not allowed. Maybe part of that contract is that he cannot dual stream. That might be what it is. It's kind of in terms like their banning system. What do you mean? So it's like if you play copyrighted music too many times, you get banned? So Twitch really recently doesn't allow. Oh, so you can't. So you can't play copyrighted music on Twitch anymore?
Let me see. Okay, let's get going. The next location on my list is really far away.
Oh, that's everything. That was quick. This is the problem with these type of games. Like, I don't play this game for like a month, and then they like constantly have all these FOMO events. It's like you really have to train yourself to just kind of ignore a lot of it sometimes. I still haven't discovered most of the stuff in this desert. Copyright music, yes, you can. Well, you can't multi-stream. Okay, yeah, I remember hearing something about that. I don't really pay much attention to Twitch. The only content on Twitch that I'll occasionally, I used to play a lot of Final Fantasy 14, so some of the people that I used to play the game with that would do like end game rating, sometimes I'll watch them just to see what's going on in the game, but I haven't kept up with the game in a long time. I'm very, very behind when it comes to Final Fantasy 14. So, you just wish Final Fantasy 16 beats Zelda in Game of the Year, but it's not going to happen. Yeah, you know, when I first played 16 back in June when it came out, I thought, man, this game is a contender for Game of the Year. But after I finished the game, and I started thinking about it, how it compared to previous Final Fantasy games. And then I thought, okay, it's not my favorite Final Fantasy game, but it's definitely one of the better ones. I would definitely rank 16 as like in the upper half of the Final Fantasy games that I've played, which is most of them, except for like 2 and 3. I never finished those 2 games. But it's definitely one of the better ones. But the thing is, the fact that I can't place it as like one of my top 2 or 3 favorite Final Fantasy games really means that I can totally see Tears of the Kingdom beating it in Game of the Year. And the more I thought about 16 after, like, I let myself like kind of sleep on it after finishing the game for like a couple of days, and then I started thinking to myself, like, how does this game, like, how am I gonna think about this game in like a year or like 6 months from now, you know? And I started thinking about the things that they could have done better, the things that it was kind of lacking compared to previous Final Fantasy games. But then when you go look at the Zelda game didn't really lack those things. So that's why I feel like the Zelda game objectively might actually be the better game. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is like Breath of the Wild 1.5, but it's still, yeah, the thing is, Breath of the Wild didn't win Game of the Year when it came out, or did it? Did it win? Was Breath of the Wild Game of the Year when it came out? I know it was a nominated game. I don't remember if it actually won, though. Final Fantasy 14 is one of the games I want to grind out on when you build my rig. Oh, have you played it before? That's currently the only MMO that I still am subscribed to. Technically, I should cancel my subscription to that game because I don't log in often enough to justify the subscription. But it's one of those things where it's like, I don't have to think about whether I'm subbed or not to just log in randomly and do whatever seasonal event is going on. So, what's the game of the decade? That is a very good question, but it's too early to tell because we're only in 2023 and there's still like 7 years. If I had to say one of the most defining games of the decade will probably be Elden Ring. Breath of the Wild was 2017 Game of the Year. Yeah, Elden Ring is going to be on that list of, like, Game of the Decade. Elden Ring will be a contender. Tears of the Kingdom isn't really... See, I don't see Tears of the Kingdom. I can see Tears of the Kingdom winning Game of the Year 2023, but it is not like a Game of the Decade. Elden Ring is definitely eligible as Game of the Decade because Elden Ring took the Dark Souls format and kind of like stretched it out and added a whole bunch of like open world questing to it that didn't really exist in the Dark Souls formula. So that's why I think Elden Ring is definitely going to be one of the games that I can think of that's Game of the Decade. Lord of the Rings Gollum. That one will probably be like worst Game of the Decade. Or maybe like unexpected memorable Game of the Decade. I don't know if it's even going to be that memorable. But 2023 though, you have to admit 2023 had a lot of very good games. I wouldn't say it's overrated. It's just, see, here's the thing. Like, the reason why I think Tears of the Kingdom is going to do so well and going to get a lot of rewards, regardless of whether it wins Game of the Year or not, is because when you think about all the other games that came out this year, how many of those games launched without any significant complaints or issues or broken problems or required a day one patch or had some kind of issue? You know what I'm saying? Like, Forspoken launched and the performance on PC was trash. You basically had to have an XTX, or you had to have, like, if you're on 1440p, you had to have like a 6900 XT or some ridiculous high-end hardware. And even then, the performance was inconsistent. Not only that, but the game had a really lame main character, and the story was very boring, and the world was very bland. But that was like the first big game that came out that was highly anticipated in 2023. Then we got Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy was so good that although the problem with Hogwarts Legacy, and I don't think this is going to affect its like scoring for like Game of the Year or like any kind of rewards, but Hogwarts Legacy had that whole controversy. I don't want to get into it on this stream because I think it's kind of not really worth talking about. But Hogwarts Legacy, up until leading up to the release of Hogwarts Legacy, there was a lot of controversy regarding all I'm gonna say is the viewpoints of the author of the Harry Potter series. Now, I'm not gonna get into that any further, but regardless of what you agree or disagree with, that created a lot of negative drama for the game, even though the game literally had nothing to do with that. So it was very unfounded, and it was really unfair, to be honest, to the game and the game developers. But Hogwarts Legacy was a good game. So when Hogwarts Legacy came out, I thought to myself, okay, I can see this game being a nominee for Game of the Year for the 2023. Now, the problem is, since February, we have gotten a lot of really good games that kind of push Hogwarts Legacy down the totem pole in terms of like really high quality games. So Gollum is special. That game had zero of QA. Nintendo said they took some time to optimize the game. There should be an article. I think it will. Yeah, so Hogwarts Legacy I can still see it being a nominee. I don't know if it'll actually win though. Because when you think about Hogwarts Legacy does a lot of things right, but it just kind of fizzles out, if that makes sense. And you have to have played the game for a certain number of hours to understand where I'm coming from when I say that. Like, the game is good. The game is really fun at the very beginning, especially if you're a Harry Potter fan. But after like 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours in, the game gets very repetitive. And not in a good way. But it does have like a crafting system for the room of requirement. It's got cool magic spells. It has different builds. So it's overall, it's a pretty decent game.
Okay, let's get going.
It's got a lot of voice dialogue, a lot of like mini quests, games, etc., all within the Harry Potter universe. So that's a pretty good one. That's actually one of the better ones. And then we got, what else did we get? We got, well, Wolong Fallen Dynasty was basically like a worse Neo. Then we had the Fatal Frame remake, but these are games that aren't going to ever really be nominated for anything significant. The Last of Us Part 1, I mean, that's a remaster of a 2014 PS4 game, which was a remaster of a 2013 original game on PS3. So I don't think, and that one ran like garbage on a lot of systems, so I don't think that one's going to do anything in terms of setting any kind of world records or awards. So
Perfect job.
then we got April. April had Jedi Survivor. Jedi Survivor was pretty good if you played it on console. If you played it on PC and you didn't have like a Zen, like a 5800X 3D or a newer CPU, like an Intel 12th gen or 13th gen or an AMD Zen 4, if you didn't have any of what I just mentioned, you had CPU bound issues at launch, like guaranteed. And on top of that, a lot of these games that I just mentioned, Hogwarts, Last of Us, the Jedi Survivor game, all of them consumed copious amounts of video memory. Like, and though I think those are the games that created this whole argument about like 8 gigabytes is not enough. I think that's what those 3 games caused that problem. I mean, there was also Dead Space Remake, but I didn't play that game, so I can't really comment on that one. But we did get really good games like Resident Evil 4 Remake. Resident Evil 4 Remake was a very good game. It came out, it didn't have any bugs, it didn't have any issues, it just worked. It was Capcom doing their best, and it was really good. Street Fighter 6, really good game, came out in June, early, really good. Solid fighting game, really good netcode, really good multiplayer from what I've heard. And yeah, that's a really good one too. I don't think it's, because it's a fighting game, it's so niche that I don't really see it being like a contender for Game of the Year. But definitely Best Fighter of the Year. Yeah, RE4. You didn't play the game, but I watched someone play through the whole game. I understand what you're saying and agree. Yeah. Yeah, you're referring to Hogwarts. But yeah, so and then in June we also got Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16 pretty much is gonna be on the list of candidates for Game of the Year. Whether or not it wins, I don't know. But obviously Tears of the Kingdom is probably gonna be like a contender as well. Diablo 4, see, I don't know. Diablo 4 did pretty good. Yeah, Diablo 4 did live up to expectations for the most part. I just don't know if Diablo 4 did anything that different. That's the only thing, you know? So, I don't know. We'll see. Diablo 4, it's not a bad game, though. It's a good game. I just don't know if it's, like, Game of the Year capable. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it like this. Hogwarts Legacy is so much more unique and original than Diablo 4. You know, someone might argue the same for like the Zelda game being original, but you can't really fault it in any significant way. The recent patch put a crater in it. Oh, well, you know, I don't know. I don't know if that's not going to affect the review score. That's not going to affect, like, how it does in the VGA or the GA, the Game Awards. Resident Evil 4 didn't... Yeah, see, okay, see, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, in my mind, Diablo 4 can't win Game of the Year for the exact same reason that Resident Evil 4 which by itself didn't do anything wrong. It was a technical marvel. It looked really good. It performed really good on console and on PC. No issues, no bugs. It didn't even consume an enormous amount of VRAM, and it was still looking really good. So, nothing significantly different, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, not original. So, that's why I don't think Diablo 4 or Resident Evil 4 can be on that list. Street Fighter 6 for the same exact reason, although Street Fighter 6 is probably going to be best fighter. But moving into the year, like the second half, we have so many good games coming up. We've got, like, Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. That's From Software's mecha game. That game's coming out in August. That's probably going to be really good. Now, I don't think that game is going to be Game of the Year, because I don't even think it's going to be a candidate for Game of the Year. Because unless they do something so significantly different compared to their previous Armored Core games, which I highly doubt, it's just going to be a decent game. Like, it's, you know, it's not going to be a bad game. It's not going to be like some crazy Elden Ring type of levels of good. But it's going to be an okay game. A lot of people are giving From Software too much credit. Like, I think a lot of people are overhyping From Software as a developer and their success with Elden Ring. Because I keep hearing, like, people tell me, man, Armored Core is going to be Game of the Year. Like, are you sure about that? The thing with Armored Core is so niche. That's like saying Street Fighter 6 is going to be Game of the Year. It's going to be a good game when it comes out. No issues, no technical flaws. Now, it might have the typical, like, compilation stutter that Elden Ring suffered from, because it's From Software. So, you know, that's not going to help it. But I don't think it's going to be a flawed game. So, but it's not going to be a Game of the Year, guys. Like, whoever's thinking, like, Armored Core is going to be Game of the Year, like, I don't know. Unless I'm completely wrong and, like, From Software is going to throw a curveball out of nowhere, who knows. But the big one that we got to talk about is Starfield. Starfield is either going to make or break its success. Like, how it does at launch is going to determine whether or not Starfield gets to be a contender for Game of the Year, or if it ends up being so bad and failing so hard that it barely even gets mentioned in the Game Awards. So that's how I think Starfield's going to end up. So, but that's a really, really big one. That's a super highly anticipated game for a lot of people. But the thing is, the Q3 and the very beginning of Q4 is so jam-packed. Like, once August hits, we've got, like, game after game after game coming out. It's almost like every other week there's, like, a big game. Starting with Armored Core, you know, even Genshin Impact, even this game on the screen. Like, this game's getting a whole new expansion, kind of like a Final Fantasy XIV expansion. In August, this game is going to get 4.0 is going to drop, and that's going to add a whole new continent, a whole new nation, whole new place to explore. And this game already plays a lot like Breath of the Wild. So, I mean, it's not really going to win any awards or anything, but, you know, it's just worth mentioning. So, you get Fontaine and Genshin, you get Fires of Rubicon, Armored Core 6, you get Starfield coming out, you get Alan Wake 2, Lies of P, for those that are big fans of From Software's Bloodborne. Lies of P is a Bloodborne-inspired game. I played the demo. It's amazing. The demo is free to download on Steam or on PlayStation. It's very good. I highly recommend it if you like Dark Souls-type games. So Lies of P is coming out in September. We've got Lords of the Fallen. Lords of the Fallen is coming out in October. That game is basically Western-made Dark Souls style whatever. So that game looks like it's going to be really, really good, but that remains to be seen. And then we've got Alan Wake 2, I think, is another game. Like, there's like a whole bunch. Comparatively, 2022 was like trash except Elden Ring.
The perfect job.
Yeah, most of the games that I wanted to play in 2022 were in the very first quarter of the year. Yeah, I would agree with you. Like, I really only wanted to play, like, Elden Ring and Final Fantasy Origin, Strangers of Paradise, which was a game that came out, like, literally a few weeks after Elden Ring. Oh, and Horizon Forbidden West. Don't forget about Horizon Forbidden West. A lot of people always forget about Horizon Forbidden West because that game came out literally, like, a couple of weeks. It was the beginning of February, and Elden Ring came out at the very end of February. So Elden Ring literally, like, completely overshadowed and completely eclipsed Horizon Forbidden West. But Horizon Forbidden West was a really good game. Have you heard of Silent Hill 2 Remake? No, I don't know. I played a little bit of one of the first, like, the older Silent Hill games. I think it was, like, on the PlayStation 2 or something. It was a long time ago. But yeah, I don't really know too much about Silent Hill. My favorite, like, thriller genre game series is Fatal Frame by far. Like, I'm a big fan of Fatal Frame. Resident Evil's okay, but Fatal Frame is just, I like the atmosphere. It's a lot more creepy. It's like definitely more scarier. Like, you definitely feel like you're on edge when you're playing Fatal Frame, more so than Resident Evil. 2022 had Babylon's Fall. See, and that's exactly why. That's why 2022 was mostly trash, because it had games like Babylon's Fall. So yeah, I'd have to actually look, man. Like, I don't even remember what all the games were in 2022. Like, all I know is that I played a whole bunch of Elden Ring. I played Stranger of Paradise. And what did I do, like, after that? Like, I played a bunch of Genshin Impact in the summer, like a year ago, and that was basically it. I think, was there anything that came out in the second half of that year that was actually good? I didn't play God of War. Yeah, right. That's really interesting. You mentioned God of War Ragnarok did come out in the second half of that year. I never got it. Scarlet Nexus was 2021. I still haven't finished it. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. There was Star Ocean, The Divine Force. That was in like October or something like that. I'd have to look. That was one game, but I never finished it. It was kind of like, whatever. It was okay. Tales of Arise was way better, and that was 2021. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. Like, yeah, 2022 really didn't have a lot of big name titles. 2021 actually had more, didn't it? Wasn't that the year? Yeah, 2021 had Tales of Arise. It had, It had Scarlet Nexus. It had, well, I mean, that's kind of a niche game, but it's a unique game. Both new God of Wars are trash. 16 is the true God of War. You don't play yearly release sports game? No, I don't. I don't play a lot of those games that, like, get new. Like, I don't play Madden. I don't play like Call of Duty either. So that's another thing. Like, Call of Duty's the one that also gets, like, new, like, doesn't Call of Duty get like a new game every year or so? Like, or like they have two different studios that develop their games. You know what franchise we haven't gotten a new game of in a long time? GTA, Grand Theft Auto has not gotten like a new game. Grand Theft Auto 5 will literally be 10 years old, I think, in like a month or two. Any Switch games? So 2022, oh yeah, 2022 had Xenoblade Chronicles 3 in the summer of last year. So that was a 2022 game that was pretty big. That was like, I remember, the reason why I remember that is because at the Game Awards, they played the wrong soundtrack for best soundtrack. Do you guys remember that? Like, I think it was like, 2022 had the most memorable Game Awards because of that. You guys remember the reformed Rabbi Bill Clinton? You guys remember that stuff? You guys, does anybody know what I'm talking about? Like, that's the thing. So 2022 will go down in history as having probably one of the most memorable Game Awards. It had the reformed Rabbi Bill Clinton, and then it also had, and that's how you know Elden Ring was Game of the Year, because the Elden Ring guys, Miyazaki, was on the stage when that was happening. Bro, that guy was literally snake. Yeah, and the thing is, the other thing too about the Game Awards that was wrong, like on so many levels, was the game that everybody thought should have won Best Soundtrack, which was Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Because remember, guys, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 was nominated for Best Soundtrack of the Year, but God of War Ragnarok won the award. Even though most people agreed that Xenoblade Chronicles 3 had the better soundtrack. So then, when the music started playing, it was Xenoblade 3 music. Xenoblade 3 music was playing, and everyone was like, that's the true best OST of 2022. But then they stupidly gave it to God of War Ragnarok. Ridiculous. So there was that, and then there was the, snake at the end. So yeah, 2022 didn't really have, like, a lot of great games, but at least it had a more entertaining, a more memorable Game Awards. But who knows, like, this year has so many good games, so you would think that this year will probably have, like, a really good Game Awards show, I guess. I have no idea. But yeah, like, what I'm surprised is, like, 2022 had Elden Ring and it had Stranger of Paradise. 2023 had so many Souls-like games, like that most of them haven't even come out yet. So, like, what do I mean by that? Wolong Fallen Dynasty. That's basically like Nioh, for those that don't know. That came out this year. That was March. Another game that came out this year was Bleak Faith Forsaken. That game was made by like 4 people. It was basically trash, but it was a Souls-like clone, so I'll count it. So there was that. Lies of P is coming out in September. That game's like Bloodborne, made by a Korean studio. And then we've got Lords of the Fallen in October, like right behind Lies of P. And there's already a bunch of people making YouTube videos saying, like, making like Lies of P versus Lords of the Fallen. Who's better? Who will win? You know, those type of videos, like comparing those two, because they're both Souls-like, Souls-inspired games, but they're not made by From Software. So, like, one is a Western developer, Lords of the Fallen, and then one is the Korean developer, who I've never even heard of before, and they're making Lies of P, and what I have played of their game is actually really, really good. So, lots of Souls-like games coming out this year. We've already gotten 2. Wolong Fallen Dynasty is actually, it's an okay game. I don't like it as much as Nioh 2. Nioh 2 is still my favorite. I find, I personally found Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin, which is also made by the same team that made Nioh. That game came out a month after Elden Ring. That was March last year. I found that Final Fantasy Origins game way more entertaining than Wolong Fallen Dynasty. I was a little bit kind of disappointed by Wolong Fallen Dynasty. Oh, speaking of Wolong Fallen Dynasty, Wild Hearts, the Monster Hunter clone, also came out this year back in February. So that's another decently good game, although EA kind of ruined it with their DRM. But that was a pretty good game. And that was another 2023 game. So yeah, there's a lot. You like the heavy stagger attacks from Lies of P? Yeah, Lies of P is looking like it's going to be a really good game. We need Leisure Suit Larry remake. Man, we need a lot of, like, PS2 remakes. You know, when I was playing Final Fantasy 16, I was thinking I would really like for so I didn't have a problem with the combat system in Final Fantasy 16, but I really want Square Enix to make another like a turn-based RPG, like old school Final Fantasy. And the reason why I'm saying that is because another game that came out this year that is probably going to win Best Mobile Game of the Year is Honkai Star Rail. Like, I don't know what you guys think of mobile games, but like as long as I can play it on the PC and it's nothing like how it is on the phone, I'm all for it. And Honkai Star Rail is the best mobile game that I have played all year by far. So that one better win. So Star Rail's really good, but Star Rail has a turn-based battle system. Very different from Genshin Impact. Maybe the same people that made Genshin Impact. And when I was playing Star Rail, and then I played Final Fantasy 16, I was thinking, man, in some ways, Star Rail feels more akin to the older Final Fantasy games than Final Fantasy 16. So I really hope that Square Enix decides to, if they don't want to make another turn-based game as their new Final Fantasy game, they should remake one of the original 6 games. I really want them to remake either Final Fantasy V or Final Fantasy VI. If they can make Final Fantasy V or 6 with the modern graphics, like imagine playing Final Fantasy VI with Final Fantasy 16 graphics, or even Final Fantasy V with Final Fantasy 16 graphics. That would be so good. Final Fantasy V is so timeless with the job system. That's so good, even to this day. Final Fantasy VI, one of the best stories ever written for like JRPG. So like either one of those, just take one of those 2 games, remake it, just like they did Final Fantasy VII. That would be perfect. That would be good. That's all I need. They don't need them to remake all of them. Just pick one of those 2. Do a coin toss, whatever. Pick one of them and just remake that one. And I'll be happy regardless of which one. Remember reading about the near release? It wasn't as big. Oh, which one? Atomic Heart? Atomic Heart has controversy around it too. You know, I never played Atomic Heart. I don't really know much about it. I need to look into that game. Atomic Heart is one of those games where people have mentioned on my stream in the chat, just like that one game that came out this week. I think it's like Immortals of Avium or something. I was interested in that game, but I don't know. I forgot about it. I need to like look at the reviews on it or whatever. The one where like Marcella was saying it was like shooting magic through your fingers or something. That one game, yeah. So like Atomic Heart is, I don't know anything about it. So I don't know what's controversial about it, but it's like whatever. The controversy was a joke, but people just play the game. Oh, you mean? Oh yeah. The controversy from, well, see, okay, I knew about Atomic Heart. I never played it, but I had no idea there was some kind of controversy behind it. But Hogwarts Legacy, I knew that there was a lot of controversy around it, and I still ended up playing it. So I'm like, you know, whatever. Whatever. So it's like, apparently Atomic Heart had a similar problem or whatever. So, anyway, that game needs 5 warnings of potential seizure before you play it. Oh, Atomic Heart? Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, the games that I still need to finish, Immortals of Avium, that needs the seizure warning? Okay. Yeah, the games that I still need to finish are Jedi Survivor and Hogwarts Legacy. Those are the 2 big ones. I don't think I'm gonna finish The Last of Us Part 1. Maybe if I have, like, a stream where I have nothing else to showcase, I might go back and play it, but I think at this point that's gonna be one of those where it just kind of like sits on the backlog, just like Forspoken. It's just gonna sit on the backlog, and it's basically a benchmark. Like I treat Forspoken and The Last of Us as like benchmark applications that include a game within the application. So, but like, yeah, I think I'm gonna try to finish Star Wars by the end of the year, and I want to finish Hogwarts Legacy because I think that that is definitely one of the more unique games that came out in 2023. It was a stupid controversy, which basically was made. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, yeah, I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that. Game library is like that skeleton at the bottom of the ocean meme. Atomic Heart was so bad you played it for 15 minutes. Did anyone try Bleak Faith Forsaken? If anyone's like a fan of like Dark Souls. I was tempted to try Bleak Faith until I realized that I watched a reviewer complain about the control scheme, and as soon as I was like, okay, yeah, no, that's a deal breaker, because if the controls aren't good, if the collision detection is wonky and not good, that I cannot tolerate playing a hard game if the control scheme is bad. But that's no. That's the reason why I never played that game. I was thinking about playing it though. The other one, wasn't there like another game that came out around the same time? Can't think of the name. Oh, Meet Your Maker. Meet Your Maker is another really good game. I never played it, but that one is an original one. You got to admit, Meet Your Maker does something original for once. Oh yeah, they copied some of the animation. Yeah, I remember that now. Yeah. Yeah. So far for me though, like the only games I need to finish are the ones I just mentioned. And then any of the ones that I never finished last year, like Star Ocean: The Divine Force. Oh, for those that like the Legend of Heroes, the Legend of Heroes series, they had Trails into Reverie. Trails into Reverie came out like a week or two ago. And then for JRPGs, I think like Nippon Ichi or somebody like launched another like a Fairy Fencer game came out like a week ago as well. Am I still into MMOs? I know you said 14 is the only one. 14 is really the only one that I have actually played time and time again. To be honest, like if it wasn't for Genshin Impact, I probably would still be playing Final Fantasy 14. I really think gacha games kind of like stole my time away from like MMOs. It is really weird to hear myself say that, but when I evaluate like the amount of hours in Genshin Impact and now Honkai Star Rail, like those hours could have easily gone to Final Fantasy 14. I mean, they could have also gone to those other games like Star Wars Jedi Survivor. But those games are more like technical marvels. These games are more like perpetual live service games like an MMO. But yeah, like 14's the only one. I really want to play Blue Protocol, but Blue Protocol, I don't know what the deal is with that game. I don't know why it can never seem to launch in the West. Ashes of Creation, yeah, it's too far away. It's too far away. So I'll probably play it like when it's out or whatever, or at least give it a try for like a month or a few weeks. But yeah, like I really have been wanting to play like a good MMO, but the thing is there aren't really any that, aside from like Blue Protocol, maybe Ashes of Creation. I mean, there was another one too, like wasn't there supposed to be like another Korean MMO that was supposed to come out or whatever, but it got canceled or something? You keep all your games installed at some point, or do you uninstall the games? So all the ones that I need to finish are still installed. Actually, I think for the most part, they're all installed. I played Tower of Fantasy last year. Speaking of games that came out in 2022, Tower of Fantasy was a game that launched. It launched in 2022. The reason why I remember that is because I gave Tower of Fantasy a try. I remember when it came out, there was a ton of people playing it. It was really, really fun, like the first few weeks. There was lots of people, like, zerging down, like, field bosses and grinding materials and all this kind of stuff. It had a very MMO vibe initially,
Let's get going.
but then
Really far away.
it quickly devolved into a gacha pay to win game, and I think that killed off a lot of that initial player base. And the other thing that really I think hurt Tower Fantasy was this right here. This continent right here, Sumeru. Sumeru came out literally like a few weeks after Tower of Fantasy. The Sumeru patch for Genshin Impact dropped. And I know that the player base at launch for Tower of Fantasy consisted of people that played gacha games, most notably Genshin Impact, and the other half was like people that were tired of playing WoW and some like Korean MMOs or whatever, like Black Desert or Blessed Unleashed or man, what's that other game that came out that's like that has like a top-down bird's eye camera view? It's a Korean MMO. Man, why can't I remember the name? Was it Ashes of... No, not Ashes of Creation. What is the name? Lost Ark. Thank you. Lost Ark. Lost Ark was another game that came out last... Yeah, Lost Ark. Okay, I remember now. Because last year was weird. It was like there was a bunch of games that I wanted to play in the first part of the year, like the first 3 months, Q1. And then there was literally like nothing until like Sumeru in Genshin Impact for me. So it was like I never played Lost Ark, even though I kind of wanted to play it.
Here is wonderful.
And Lost Ark, I think Lost Ark was a lot like Tower of Fantasy. There was a lot of people that it was hyped up. A lot of people were playing it. A lot of like Twitch streamers were streaming it, and then just kind of died off naturally. Tower of Fantasy had the same problem, but Tower of Fantasy. So the problem with Tower of Fantasy was you had MMO people playing it, you had gacha mobile people playing it, and then you had like Genshin Impact dropped 4.0, and the MMO people realized that the game has no end game and it's very grindy for no reason, and it became very pay to win because like all the whales had all the like rare characters and stuff. Like in my case, when I played Tower Fantasy, because I was so used to playing Genshin Impact as an example. So well, Genshin Impact is a gacha game, so you can see like you got the rare characters that like this character here, she's only available for 4 more days and 17 hours and 49 minutes, you know? So it's like when I started playing Tower Fantasy, I applied the logic behind playing a gacha game. So like I threw all my wishes at the Nemesis banner, so I got Nemesis, and she was like the best character in the game for like at least the first couple of months or whatever. So like I got her, and I was like, okay, this is like I got her because I threw all my free wishes into that banner instead of the standard one, and I got her, and I'm like, okay, now I got the most OP character in the game. This feels very pay to win, and it's like more and more people started figuring that out, and a lot of the MMO people, they were very turned off by that, and they just kind of quit the game. And then what ended up happening was Sumeru came out, and all the like gacha people went back to Genshin Impact. So Tower Fantasy just kind of died. That's basically what happened. And the thing about Tower Fantasy is Tower Fantasy on paper seemed like it was a really okay, like a B-, C+ MMO. But it lacked the things that make you enjoy playing an MMO, and or the sort of things that make you like playing a game in general. So what do I mean by that? Like Tower Fantasy had no... Like Tower Fantasy's music was basically either non-existent or it was just trash or not memorable. By comparison, Genshin Impact has like one of the best OSTs of like any modern game. You guys don't believe me? Go like listen to some Genshin Impact OST and then you'll know what I'm talking about. So like Genshin Impact, like the music is so good. The graphics of this game are actually better than Tower of Fantasy. Like the character animations, like the combat is way smoother. Like it's just not as clunky as Tower Fantasy. So it's like, and Tower Fantasy doesn't even feel smooth the way like WoW feels. It's more like a really clunky version of Genshin Impact. So yeah, that's the reason why the quality just wasn't there. I guess what I'm trying to say is the TLDR is the quality of the game just wasn't on par with like other MMOs, nor was it on par with Genshin Impact for those that play gacha games. So that's ultimately why it died off. At least I think so. Lack of content, and there's just other games that have better quality. So that's why it died. So anyway, guys, I wasn't expecting to talk so much about the gaming discussion, but I guess maybe I'll probably do another live stream in the near future where it's focused more on the gaming side as opposed to the technology side. So, because I know like some of the people that watch my content are usually come for the technology, but then if we start talking about gaming, it kind of goes way off topic. You see Atlas Fallen? I have not. So okay, well, I'm surprised to see you here, Niska. I didn't know you were even watching. But anyway, you showed up at the very end. Very end, actually. So we're actually about to end the stream. But it was overall, this was a good discussion. I thought it was a pretty technical one. I really need to go back through my live streams. Atlas Fallen. Is it an MMO? I'll look into it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I would say, like... I would say the XTX is the best way to get a 24GB GPU. And it's a modern GPU. So, you know, like, it's the most current generation hardware. Throw in some movies, too? Maybe. Okay, well, that's definitely something that's not really in my wheelhouse. Yeah, well, I mean, I haven't had any problems with it, and I've been using mine since launch, so, you know. But anyway, guys, hope you guys found this stream entertaining. We'll probably do one that's more gaming focused now that I think about it. But anyway, that's going to be it for this stream. Once again, thank you all for joining. Thank you for those that did subscribe during the stream. And as always, I will catch you guys in the next one. Thanks.